Hey Rips, thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. This is why I have the tablet. My chatty app wasn't showing me as online. I guess it didn't connect, but does show I'm live on my tablet. And here the chatty app now shows I'm live as well. So welcome everybody to this very special stream. It's my fifth photo editing stream. The first one that I've done since October. Um, Now, for those of you who are new to my photo editing streams, basically I edit the photos that I've taken. What the conditions that usually happen for conditions that usually happen for this stream to be a go. Oh, UB Poker, thank you for the hype. I really appreciate it, and welcome in. Yeah, I haven't actually started editing yet. Just I'm just doing the introduction to how the stream works. So you haven't missed anything yet. So okay, thank you. So for those of you who haven't been in the photo editing streams before, how it works is the conditions for me to be able to edit the photos on stream is I have to get at least 30 photos when I go out and take photos. And then when I when I check over them, I see if enough photos turn out okay, and if enough do, then I do a photo editing stream. And ends up happening is make a little scheduling adjustment in terms of what I do. Sometimes, uh, like sometimes like today, what happened is it's Friday, so what ends up happening is I'll be moving the Paper Mario stream to another day, and then this week the Stardew stream is canceled. So on a Sunday, then what happens is the Stardew stream doesn't get canceled. Instead, what happens is the Stardew stream gets moved to Monday, and then Retro Night is Wednesday. But what I'm doing here this time around is moving Paper Mario, and there's no Stardew stream this week. And so what I do is I edit the photos, use various software. The main ones are On One, Photo Raw, and the DxO Photo Lab, but also sometimes I'll be using what else is there? Sometimes I'll be using Affinity Photo. There's a few cases where photos need to be need extra editing and stuff removed and all that. So Affinity Photo is really good for that. Sometimes I'll be using some of these from the Nick collection. Color Effects Pro is going to be used a lot. Silver FX Pro. With these photos, I'll explain in a minute why I may not be doing black and white editing in this stream because that's for black and white. Sharpener, it may come in handy depending on what I'm doing and if the edits that I'm doing. Okay, UB Poker, I really appreciate the lurk. Now today, because of the photos that... Oh, you gotta follow! Okay, I'll just be getting to it shortly, don't worry. Okay, now today, because of the photos that I'll be editing, Aurora HDR is usually used more in landscape photography and some other type of photography, but oh, UB Poker, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. But because these are different types of photos, Aurora HDR may not be used. Perspective effects, because the software that I'm using has perspective editing, I might not use that. The reason why I'm explaining what I might not be using is because today I'll be editing photos from an event that I went to last weekend. There was this Glow Festival. Now, all the displays were up during the daytime, but it is more of a nighttime thing. But because of the C train being dangerous at night and the parking being so expensive in downtown Calgary, the only time I could go was during the daytime, and so, uh, but you will see a little bit of glow that comes from some of these displays, even though it's during the daytime. Uh, And in terms of some of the things that would be lit up, you'll see the lights showing. Obviously, because it's daytime, the lights aren't showing. But because this is event photos, like HDR editing may not be needed, just because of the nature of how event photos work. This is the first time that I've taken event photos. 2 years. The first time I went to downtown Calgary for the first time in 2 years. Yeah, the last time I went was to downtown Calgary was at the Glow Festival, and that was in 2020, and that was also last time I was able to get some event photos. So now let's get started in the editing. So the first, so we'll start off with this one. There weren't any ice sculptures there. Unfortunately, when I went there, like when I went there 2 years ago, there were lots of ice sculptures. This time there weren't any, which kind of sucks. Although I guess it makes sense when you think about the fact that in it was well above 0 Celsius. It's not like right now where it's -8 Celsius, so it would be cold enough for the ice sculptures to not melt. But because it was like maybe 6 or 7 Celsius, the snow was already melted, or the snow had melted quite a bit, and yeah, ice sculptures would probably melt as well in that weather. So this is the first display. Now the first thing that you have to check for is chromatic aberration, and it's like various lines, like there's fringing, green and pink and blue and yellow and all that along the sides. So that now with Exo Photo Lab, that removes all the fringing, so you don't have to worry about losing anything on the edges. That does it automatically, and as you can see, all those fringes got removed. So first thing we'll do is we'll adjust the white balance. It was cloudy at the point that I took these photos, so we'll put in some that for cloudy. We'll turn on exposure compensation, selective tone, Clearview Plus. That helps get, this one is basically your haze removal. It gets rid of atmospheric haze. And as you can see, makes it a little bit more clearer. Also contrast, some color accentuation. Um, I think we'll need to get rid of some of the more here. And what more is, it's more in the ground here and snow and all that, where there's the fringing and all those little green and pink and purple dots that show up in the ground. So getting rid of the more helps get rid of that. Well, there isn't any sharpening that needs to be done. Alright, so now we'll exposure a little bit here, like that. Then, yeah, we'll definitely want to bring down the highlights here. Then let's do midtones. We'll bring up a bit. Okay, let's see how much of the okay, yep. Bring up a little bit of the shadows. We don't want to bring up too many, because of course this is what I took a picture of the display. Blacks. See what happens when I get blacks a lot. What happens when I turn them up more? Definitely will want to bring them down a little bit. And okay, so before I continue on, actually had a couple of follows since Wednesday night stream. Desby and Lunas Daddy, thank you for your follows. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you'll be able to come in sometime and we can chat. Okay, so now the contrast. Yeah, with this, because it's not nature or landscapes. It's displayed at an event. I guess not go too heavy with it, but a little bit of extra vibrancy there, and a little bit of extra saturation there, and let's see if there's anything else we can do. And I'm trying to move it into Color Effects Pro just to see if there's a little extra we can do with this. Event photos, it's not quite like nature and landscape, so things that you might need to take are a little different. Yeah, like the types of things you need to do with editing might be a little different compared to um, oh, nature and landscape photos. Okay, put that thing there. Hold on. Oh, boy, I forgot about that thing, so we're gonna have to do that and try it again to put into color effects. Right, that. That was the one thing that I forgot to do when I was loading up the software because I didn't want to get late. Clear that. Right, and in case you're wondering what I shoot these photos in, it's in the camera's native RAW format. The reason is because you get a lot more detail out of the RAW photos compared to the JPEG photos. And I always like to say shoot JPEG so you understand why you shoot RAW. Because with JPEG, you lose a lot of detail each time. Well, first of all, when you take the photo itself, lose a lot of detail. With the skylight filter, and each time you open it, you slowly lose a little bit of detail. Okay, let's see here. I don't think that skylight filter is needed. Um, it's a little different here because the fact that it's event photos. Guess I'll check to see if that's straight or not. You know what? Let me just if I can straighten this photo out. I just noticed it. So that oh, yeah, that worked out better. And yeah, we don't have to do. Let me just see if straighten it out a little more. And the thing with photo editing is sometimes you have to go back and forth, especially if you missed something. Yeah, and we don't have to do any perspective editing. It doesn't look like it's off or anything like that. So that, and now let's go into Color Effects Pro, and yeah, let's overwrite that, and probably yep, load up. Uh, I don't know how it is in Windows, but definitely on Mac it always loads up the on one photo raw. Then after something gets deleted. And let's try it again, but let's empty that trash. Okay, it's a good thing I have the chatty app open here. There we go. Yeah, somehow my Twitch app on my tablet crashed. But anyway, uh, don't really need the skylight filter. Nope, we don't need that filter. Need a lot of color cast, contrast, gamma contrast. Let's see here. And let's see. What does the shadows do? Okay. Now let's see what the highlights do. Okay, yeah, I think that can work, right? So, no, we don't need that. We need that. I'm just trying different filters here because, no, we don't need the graduated filters. Graduated neutral density. Okay. Bit like that. And a little bit like that. Yeah, I think that'll work. What else can we use for the filters? Uh, nope, we don't need that. Don't really, do we really need the polarization filter? You know, it looks without it. I don't think we really need a polarization filter there. So yeah, we don't really need the foliage filter. We don't really have to enhance the foliage. See here. I think this can work. So okay, so save that because I don't want to lose any of the edits I've done on it. And let's do. And we can export. We can export that one to disk. Make sure. Hold on. Folder. So, there's this one and there. Okay. Sure. Hi, Faceless PT. How are you doing today? Thanks for coming in. Oh, and we got a follow here. I'm doing good. I'm just finishing up the first photo here. And yeah, so far things have been going well. And thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Okay, so right. Now we can export that one to disk. And we'll go with the next one. This I know I can already tell will need a bit of work, but you're wondering if there about the. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. And in case you're wondering if there is any glowing, let's daylight, you can see here's a bit of the glow, um, and there's some over there, right? So, so now because again, as you can see, there's some clouds there. We'll do cloudy. Yeah, yeah, I know there are a lot of Call of Duty and Fortnite streams, and yeah, this is something different. It's an idea that, like, when I first started streaming, I thought of, and when I first was mentioning that this was an idea, there was a lot of demand for this, but the problem was I couldn't get the MacBook to. Oh, hey, Nikki, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I couldn't get my MacBook to connect to Twitch, and so then when I find, but people were still asking, so when is it gonna happen? And I said, first well, I can't get my MacBook to connect to Twitch, so I don't know. Then last June, I finally was able to get the MacBook to connect to Twitch, and then the demand just kept increasing for the photo editing stream. So I was able to finally do the first one in July. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, so again, what I'm just checking is to make sure that the chromatic aberrations are gone, and with this software, it automatically removes it. And they are, you might have seen a little bit of green and pink or purple before they quickly disappeared. That's the chromatic aberration, and this one does it automatically, and it does it very nice and clean. So yeah, we can continue on with the editing, but yeah, this will need also, I think, a bit of perspective editing, and you'll shortly see what that does. Let's get rid of the moire here, and again, as I mentioned, it's on the ground. As you see, the pink and purple and green, you see how the moire disappears now. And it also shows up on here, and you see again how it disappears once you do the moire. In case you're wondering how I'm quickly getting back to the original image size, I do, like, because I'm on a Mac, it's Command 0. If you're on Windows, oh, we got a follow. And if you're on Windows, it's Control 0, so it's a little different. Like, there is a Control key on the MacBook keyboards, but I don't know what they're used for. Because essentially what you do with the Control on Windows. Oh, Tom Stroud, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope your day is going well. Because on Mac, it's the Command key that you use, and for like that you would use for Control on Windows. Oh, thank you, Nikki. I really appreciate that. Right, so we'll turn on the exposure compensation here. Selective tone. Yeah. Oh, that helps. Yeah, actually, yeah, that could work because that actually enhances the glow a little bit, even though it's daytime. All right, so yeah, I'll definitely have to do the horizon. Yeah, but we're definitely gonna have to do perspective editing, and after I do like the exposure editing, and then these other edits, I'll show you what perspective editing does. Want those? We want the sky to show. Okay, so we'll do the midtones there, shadows there. See, okay, a little bit of the blacks there. And again, we don't have to do too much contrast in an event photo, even though it's cloudy. Right, so I'll oh yeah, we want to do a little bit more vibrancy and a little more saturation, not too much. Okay, now let me show you what perspective editing does. Now, in case you're wondering what software I have on my MacBook that allows me to do perspective editing in here, this perspective effects comes with the DxO collection, but I'm not going to open that because I have another software that connects to DxO Photo Lab called DxO Viewpoint, and that one allows you to do all this perspective editing. No, there is no volume deformation. Well, let me just, before I do the perspective editing, let me just adjust that horizon a little more. Once I find it. And yeah, I'm almost there. There it is. So, oh, no. Okay, here. Now this is what perspective editing does. Okay. Hold on. See, this is what, as you can see already, the image, when you move up and down, moves the image like that. And there's the perspective, and as you can see, it allows you to adjust the photo so that way move it up and down like that, and then do a left right like this. I want it a little bit more like that. And this allows you to make it either squish it or extend it a little bit, as you can see. And yeah, that looks good. Oh, and we got another follow. Hey, Ritwal, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in, and thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, happy to have you here. And yeah, this is a great stream to come into. It's definitely one that like I get a lot of demand for, and yeah, it was nice to be able to get some photos to be able to get enough for one. So, sure. You know what? This one, what can I do here? A way to color effects isn't gonna work. Wait, there is another little trick that you can use in DxO Photo Lab. In case all of you are wondering why I don't have any Adobe products, is because I don't like buying the subscription. One thing I like about DxO and On1 Photo Raw and all that is you buy one and then uh, you can use it for however long you want. You don't have to upgrade. Like if you want to upgrade every year, you can, but you don't have to. So you can actually save a lot of money. Like like this software, it really works out nicely. Okay, so anyway, here's a trick about let me just try to with the DxO Photo Lab here. And like with the On1 Photo Raw 2020 and this version of DxO Photo Lab and the version of Net Collection that I have has what I need, so I don't have to. So I don't have to buy the new version. I'm not forced to upgrade, and it does what I need it to do. So, there is a Photoshop alternative. It's called Affinity Photo, and that one is also a lot of much cheaper alternative. I think like $60 or $70 Canadian, and you get a lot of different. You get it, and it gets updated very frequently. So yeah, if you can't afford the Adobe subscription or you don't want the Adobe subscription, there's an alternative. So, in case you're wondering what I did here, I created what is called a control point in DxO, and what you can do is then you can adjust certain points of the image here. So, if you want to increase the exposure here or decrease the exposure here, you can. And also, you can make all these local adjustments here just within the control point. And you can see all I did was just to increase the exposure a little bit here. And here we'll create another control point. And then we'll bring that down a little bit. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can create another control point, right? And then increase a little bit here, right? And then just increase the exposure just a tad, just enough so showing a little more. This is how you can get these local adjustments done. And as you can see if I can get a little brighter. Hold on. Oh, nope, not darker. We want we want it brighter here. We want to show a little more of that. Oh, okay, that's why there's a shadow there. Okay, so we'll increase the exposure a little bit, and then let's see, where's the shadow? Contrast, micro contrast, clear view, highlights. Okay, there we go. That's what we want, and the shadows a little bit. Okay, and then also see if we can do something about the midtones there, and there we go. Okay, and yeah, I think that's for the local adjustments that we need, because yeah, it covers everything. We got it nicely. Let's see what we can do in. Let's see, is there anything in yeah, Color Effects Pro we can do? Because yeah, there is no noise that needs to be removed. We might then send it into what is it, Affinity Photo, so in that way in that way, in case there's any dust spots in over here, in the sky there. Right, so we'll just wait for it to load up the for it to load up Color Effects Pro here. Okay, it's loading it up. And in case you're wondering about the Nick collection, it's some plugins that connect to various photo editing software, and you can. Okay, here we might need to do a little more. Okay, we can do control points. There's another way to increase brightness somewhere. But okay, I thought that maybe increase the brightness a little bit over there. Okay, let me just head back. No, not in there. Not in there. That's the thing about having multiple software open. If we can increase the shadows there. No. Okay, no. Let's see. No. So, in case you're wondering how I'm quickly doing the reverse, I'm doing a Command Z on the keyboard here. On a Windows machine, it's Control Z. See this control point? Yeah. Okay. See. I'm just checking to make sure. Okay. Because I didn't want to actually create another control point in that one. See there, that's a little better. Yeah, that's definitely a little better. So yeah, definitely a little better there. And now we'll yeah, that's definitely a little better there. And now we'll try and send it to actually we'll try a different one this time. Try Viveza. We'll overwrite that because that one didn't have anything that would allow me to do just brightness controls, and you want to try and with Color Effects Pro that allows you to add these filters, but does various color manipulations, and you don't really need to do that with this one. Okay, now we'll just wait for it to load up. Right, so Visa is another type of image editing file there. Okay, that's what we want. Right. Yeah, it's a different type of image editing file, as you can see. You can do global changes, and then also you can do just see the control point here, right? And another, but the difference is you can do global and you can do local image enhancements there. Hold on. Let's see. And it's not it doesn't rely on filters. It's more just these local adjustments. Like I want to adjust the brightness a little bit here, like what I'm doing. A little bit more bright. Yeah. Let's see. No, we don't have to do anything. We don't really need extra structure here. needed to brighten it up because the structure isn't really needed. Just needed to do a little extra brightness here. Alright. What I'll do is I'll save that. And as you can see, Vesa, it's not like Color Effects Pro, because Color Effects, you can do a lot of manipulations to the colors and to the image. But Vesa, it's more like just these local adjustments. So, wrong one. What I'll do is I'll go Affinity Photo. And this is the Photoshop alternative. I'm going to first check out the, image to see if there's any dust spots that need to be cleaned up, because that is important, especially when you're printing. You can also see it on the screen at times with the dust spots. Uh, and But when you're printing, it can if you have too many dust spots, it can get very distracting. So you have to make sure that you deal with that. It's more evident in the sky. When it's a bunch of objects, the dust spots usually aren't an issue. All right, there we go. Right, and this is the Photoshop alternative, so we'll open that one up. Okay, we'll go here, originals, and this one. Right, so before I pull out what is it? The in painting brush tool. Just gonna see if there's any dust spots first that I have to look for that are visible. If there aren't, we don't really have to do it. Oh yeah, there are. I just saw dust spots, so we don't need that now. In case you're wondering how I'm making the circle bigger and smaller, the bracket, like these square bracket keys that are beside the P key, if you press the left one, it makes it smaller. If you press the right one, it makes it bigger. Okay, so we'll get rid of that one. Even with clouds, sometimes uh, those dust spots can be visible, so you do have to. It is very important when you're editing photos to do that. Right, so oh, okay, looks like very faint, but you can see that dust spot there. I think that was another one. It's more obvious when it's a clear sunny day. It's a very blue sky, but uh, sometimes with the clouds you can definitely see them. Right, so let's see here. Is there any others? Or are there any others? Yeah, it doesn't look like there are any others. Just, that's a good idea just to double check, because I do this even when it's offline, where I'm about to export it and move on to the next image, and then all of a sudden I notice, oh, I missed one. So it's always a good idea to just go over it again, just to make sure that there aren't any other dust spots. All right. So now that we remove those, we can. Oh, I don't want to export that one. Okay. Here, oh no, not in here. In here. Okay, so we'll move on to the next image now. Yeah, we don't really have to save that. Okay, so now the next one. The next one. There we go. Oh, hey, Thor, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, my day is going well. I've just gone through the first couple of images, so, yeah, you haven't really missed much. So, yeah, I'm just on the third image here, and there's still a lot to go through. So, yeah, thanks again for coming in. I really appreciate it. So this one, this is one of the displays that was at the Glow Festival. Guessing because it's up to some cables and all that, it glows up at night. But this is a Domino's display where obviously it's attached to this little white thing. But I think what you have to do is you have to set it up, and then you move it down, and then you hit it, and they fall like dominoes. So yeah, this was a very interesting display here. I don't think there were any. Was there any chromatic aberration here? I don't think there was really. Oh, a little, but I'm not sure. Okay, so with this one, just because it doesn't look like there's much fringing, I'll go into here, the on one photo raw, and then you'll see the difference with the editing in on one photo raw and editing in DxO Photo Lab. As you can see, the interface for on one photo raw is definitely a lot different compared to DxO Photo Lab. Uh, and you can also do a bunch of effects in it, so you don't have to set it into Net Collection if you don't want to, but it's still connected to it, just in case. And well, another thing is, can't use your middle mouse button to scroll. You have to look. Okay, so check the lens correction here. Do some manual. If we can get rid of some of that fringing there. Oh. So that definitely got rid of the fringing there. Maybe that wasn't fringing, but anyway. But it's the same thing to get it back to the original image size. Command 0. Um, let's see if maybe a little bit of perspective editing is needed. Okay. If we need to, hold on, let's see, not the aspect. Nope. The photo. Oh, nope, nope. Okay, wait. Actually, let's see. Does it look? Let's see how it looks if I. Oh. Well, it looks pretty straight, so we don't really need that. Okay, so what we can do is we can exposure a little bit since it was cloudy out. Hold on. Let me just check. Oh, okay, there's what I'm looking for. Okay, do a little bit of contrast there. Okay, so bring down the highlights a little bit. Okay, bring that down, and then the shadows. We don't really have to bring everything out of the shadows since it's a picture of this thing. Whites, yeah, let's enhance the whites a little bit. Blacks, yeah, let's do that. And the color, as you can see, there's a little difference here. I think you can preview it. We'll do cloudy there, and just a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance there. Yeah. So, you know what? Go into the effects, and there is something here. Actually, we might send this into what is it, Color Effects Pro, but we'll see how this dynamic contrast works, and you'll see what I mean. Dynamic contrast See how the details already increased like that, so you can definitely make it a little more blurry that way if you want. But we want to enhance the details a little bit. So like that. Then, oh, okay. I was trying to scroll and it was already at the bottom, so we'll do the highlights here. So yeah, we don't really have to do the detail enhancer then. A little bit with, um, turn down the shadow. I'm trying to see. On the shadows, we'll make that one a little too dark. So we'll do just a little bit there. Then, for everybody who has just come in, photos I'm editing are a little different. It was at the Glow Festival in downtown Calgary, and like there's another 3 days that are happening this weekend. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. But I went last weekend because that's when I had time, and also but it wasn't going to be too cold out. In fact, it was above 0 Celsius when I went there. Right now, it's -8 Celsius, so it might have been a little cold to go there. And it's supposed to be snowy as well. In fact, I think it snowed a little bit last night. So yeah, last weekend was a good day to, like last Saturday was a good day to go. And so those blacks a little bit, okay. And add a little bit more, a little bit of vibrance, not too much. Then, as you can see, add a little detail, but it didn't go crazy with it. Yeah. So with event photos, it is a little different because you don't necessarily have to do HDR editing. Unlike with unlike with nature and landscape photos, HDR editing is definitely something that you might consider. Um, you don't really have to go too haywire. That's another thing. You don't have to, go. Okay, we'll try this tone enhancer and see what happens. Okay, a little extra there. That's a little bit extra there. So a little bit more there. The shadows here, and maybe the white's just a little bit. The black's just a little bit more. Oh, this is the first time I've seen this compression slider, but I guess that's what it does. So maybe a little bit. And if we want to take away the detail, that's what it does. If you want to add a lot, that's what it does. But we just need a little bit, not too much. And a little bit of clarity, not too much. And yeah, I think that's actually going to work. So we'll do an export here. Let me just check to make sure that the photo size is the correct one. And choose a different. As you can see, that's the difference with the DxO Photo Lab compared to On1 Photo Raw. You can do various effects within DxO Photo Lab. With On1 Photo Raw, you can do local adjustments, but usually have to send it to an outside software in order to finish up what you need to do. Pictures, and here. Okay, so we'll export that. But still, with On1 Photo Raw, you can still send it to external software if you need. Now, with the Glow Festival, when so we'll go to the next one here, and let it all load up. Okay, so right now let it all load up, and this is I think there were 2 or 3 of these dominoes displays there. Um, and so you could uh, So you can do just see various colors and imagine how it would glow at night. And yeah, so it was different. The only thing that sucked was there were no ice sculptures like there were 2 years ago. Although I guess wouldn't make sense to have ice sculptures. Well, at least last weekend because of the warm weather. But with how cold it is right now, probably would make a little more sense. Oh yeah, I forgot. Right. Uh, Actually, there's any fringing here. Right. Now we'll exposure a little bit here. Okay. Don't really need too much contrast here. And with event photos, so you don't have to go as high with the contrast. Or and the highlights, maybe a little bit. Mid-tones a little bit. And in case you're wondering where in downtown Calgary the Glow Festival is being held, it's at, where is it? It's along Stephen Avenue now. That's the nickname of 8th Avenue South in downtown Calgary. It's a pedestrian area. Don't know if during the day it's open to cars, or not during the day. During the day it's closed to cars, closed to all traffic, except for city vehicles and emergency vehicles. During the night, I'm not sure. Although during the Glow Festival, obviously, it would probably be closed to traffic. Um, and you do see shops and restaurants along there, and there's so many different vehicle or not vehicles, but so many different events that go on. Um, uh, Especially during the spring and summer along 8th Avenue there, which we know as Stephen Avenue. Let's here we can turn down the shadows quite a bit. And then the whites, turn down that. Blacks, okay. Oh, yeah, well, right, so wanted to add any detail, we just use the structure and haze slider. Increases haze, we don't really need to use it. I missed it with the previous one, but it wasn't really needed, and yeah, so we can add a little extra detail then afterwards, and because it was cloudy, we do that. If we remember how we check the remember how okay, so there's the original, and there's what we're doing. As you can see, it's already a little brighter. Okay, then let's add a little extra saturation there. Not too much. A little extra vibrance there, and again, not too much. Then we can again the dynamic contrast here. You can see we can add lots of detail if we want, but we don't really have to because we already have plenty of detail. Okay, and like that. Let's see if we the highlights a little bit. Shadow, wait. Yeah, so we can definitely take away the shadows if we want, so more the focus is on this thing here. Whites, we turn down that. Oh, that's the blacks. Okay, no, the whites do that, and then just a little extra vibrance there, and then do a tone enhancer. Add a little extra detail here. And a little extra, yeah. See, this is what the clarity slider does. If you go all the way up, it really makes it, yeah, well, not so much crunchy, but really makes it look very enhanced. We don't have to have that much enhancement. A little extra exposure to it. Just a little extra contrast. Yeah. Turn down those highlights a little bit. And turn down the shadows a little bit, and then on the whites. And turn down the blacks. And yeah, and when you compare it to the original, it's a lot more enhanced, doesn't it? So, and then move on to the next one. And that's another thing about event photos compared to nature and landscape. Sometimes, depending on what it is you're trying to take a picture of at an event, there's less chromatic aberration compared to nature and landscapes. Right, so we'll get to the next one here. Just make sure that pictures are there. Yep. Oh, okay, so it looks like there were 4 of those dominoes displays. And this is and as you can see with this one, once it loads up and I'm able to zoom in here, as you can see with this one, it has 2 sets of dominoes. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're connected, but again, definitely it's something that I saw some people having fun with all of the dominoes displays. Oh, okay, it is straight. I was wondering, is that a little crooked or off perspective? But it's because of the way the display was, as you can see, at a bit of that part is at a bit of an angle. It's not completely straight there. So, all right, we'll do increase the exposure a little bit, and now this is if you really want to go with the contrast, there it is, but we don't have to go that high. And then on the highlights a little bit. Increase the midtones. Let's see what happens when if we go completely high with the shadows. Yeah, but yeah, we want the focus to be on this thing, and do what we can to or that don't catch too much of that background, and blacks a little bit like that. Now, if we go all the way with the structure, you can see. Go and take away the structure, you can see how it does, but a little bit of that, the structure, and then the haze adds a haze, but and yes, there can be atmospheric haze. Yeah, there can be atmospheric haze even if you're taking photos on the street here. Uh, why I don't know, but it can still show up in the photos. We don't need daylight. It was cloudy. We'll warm that up. We'll add a little. If we go all the way with the saturation, that's what it is. Take it away, it goes black and white, but here we don't really need black and white. A little bit of extra saturation, a little extra vibrance. Okay, we don't. I don't want to use that details because the details in this part, because I've tried it and it doesn't do as good of a job as say dynamic contrast. Like I'll show you what happens when you turn all 3 to 100. You see how crunchy that looks? Doesn't really look very natural, but if that is an option if that's what you're going for. But the good thing about editing photos and photography and all that is there is no real set rules. You can edit the way you think the image should look, and because everybody has their own way of doing things in photography. Um, yeah, we'll do that with the dynamic contrast. A little enhanced, but not that crunchy that enhanced that we saw. And turn down the highlights a bit. Perhaps when we turn down the shadows, yeah. Okay, and then the whites, yeah, we want those up. We'll turn down the blacks a little bit. As you can see, that's what vibrance does. It makes it a little, little too vibrant. Okay, so then the tone enhancer here. And then, Just the exposure just a bit. A little extra contrast there, not too much. And the highlights here. Okay, let's see if we can turn on those shadows a little more. Yep. And as you can see, when I turn up these sliders up, you can see all these, all this detail coming out. That may or may not be possible when you're shooting in JPEG. When you're shooting in JPEG, even on the street, you can end up with some blocky details. You can end up with some colored spots that you didn't expect. So that's something that you find out when you start editing photos and you're still shooting in JPEG, and then you realize that yeah, shooting in RAW might be a better idea. All right, so we'll just turn down those. Well, we'll turn up the whites a little bit, not too much, and then the blacks. Turn it down a little bit more. That compression. Oh, I guess we can do a little bit. Now, if you remember what I showed you. Oh, with the dynamic contrast, how crunchy you can get if you put 100 for that. Yeah, combine that with 100 detail, and yeah, you end up with quite a crunchy photo there. Then 30, a little bit more. Yeah, well, as you can see, it's a really nice photo, but not something that looks completely unrealistic. All right, so now we go on to the next one. This is the last one, the last of the displays for the dominoes there. And well, as you can see, it was yellow dominoes, and it doesn't look to be as big as the other three. But yeah, I saw a lot of people having fun with these dominoes, and yeah, definitely this will need a little bit of correction. Well, I don't think it'll need that correction. I'll just check. No, not that correction. I think, let me just double check that. No correction there for that. But it will need a transform correction. You're going to see perspective editing. Let me just do the rotation here. And you'll see what perspective editing... Wait, hold on. Actually, I was going to say you'll see what perspective editing looks like this one versus the XO Photo Lab, but I think the only thing it needed was a slight change in the rotation. Yeah, that's all it needed actually. So slight change of the rotation. Didn't need anything else. Let's crop it down so in that way don't need to rotate. Oh, we could have rotated that way as well. You know what? Let's see what happens when... Wait. Oh. Wait, is there a way to reset? Okay, reset. There we go. Oh, okay. Okay, I haven't done those edits yet. Okay. So if we do this... what's it look like? Yeah, okay, that looks good. So we'll apply that. And then we can start this editing. Yeah, here we don't have to do... Here we don't really have to do too much exposure correction there. Oh, it might help if I select the slider, but we'll on those highlights just a bit. Oh, I selected the slider. Okay, yeah, turn down the midtones. Turn on those shadows a bit. Turn on the whites a bit. And turn on the blacks a bit. And okay, so add a little extra structure. No, don't really need to. Okay, we can just do that. Then I think the sun was just starting to come out there. When I got to downtown Calgary, it was pretty cloudy, and then it got bright and sunny as I spent a little more time over there. Anyway, we'll add a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance. Then we'll add some dynamic contrast, just to add a little extra detail. There. And there. There, okay. So a little bit with the highlights there. I'll turn down, turn up the shadows a little bit there. Whites, yeah, that we'll have to turn down. Right, and then the blacks, let's see here. Oh, we'll turn up the blacks just a tad. And add a little extra vibrance, then add that tone enhancer so we can brighten it up just a little bit more. Not too much more. Okay. Shadows. Okay, we can't turn it down too much. And the whites a little bit. And those blacks a little bit. Let's see what. Okay, so we'll do a little bit of that. Yeah, we don't want it like that. We don't want it completely crunchy. Just a little extra detail and a little extra clarity. And when you compare it to the original, let's see. It looks a lot better. Alright, so we'll export that. Alright, and then we'll, that is done, so on to this next display. Okay, now this thing, I don't know what it was. Now there were a couple of other displays on the other side, but I couldn't get it. I didn't really take a picture because of the way they were placed. It would have been tough to get each one in its own frame, and been tough to even get both in one frame. But yeah, this display, you can see the lights are. There we go. You can see the lights are showing here, and I don't know exactly what this is, but yeah, this definitely looks like might need a little bit of. Not sure if we'll be able to do any perspective editing just because of the fact that it's. I don't know if perspective editing is going to work, but we'll try it. We'll see how it works. It doesn't look like we'll have to do any fringe removal or chromatic aberration removal. So let's see. But yeah, we don't have to do any rotation. We might have to here we go, horizontal. So you see it's a little different compared to okay, I was wondering as you can see, it's a little different compared to the EXO Photolab, EXO Viewpoint way of doing it. Because you have to use vertical and horizontal. Oh, okay, let's. Okay, so we'll crop it down and see if we can. Okay, there, and there. But as you can see, a little different for that compared to. We'll apply that. A little different compared to, say, or compared to the DxO way of doing it. Let's see if we can just rotate a bit. we're gonna have to do this a little. Okay, wait, 0.3. Yeah, that is better. All right, there we go. So that's all straightened up. But as you can see, a lot different compared to the DxO method of adjusting the perspective. Let's see, let's brighten that up a little bit. Maybe a little extra contrast, not too much. This one, I don't think a detail enhancement would really work because it's just those lights. Sure. We will turn down the midtones a bit. Okay. Okay, yeah, we don't. Yeah, if I increase the shadows, you're gonna see that doors to that building behind it, and yeah, we don't want those to show. So yeah, we can increase the whites. Yeah, same thing with the blacks. We don't want that to show. The background there. Okay. And yeah, we don't really need too much structure. Really need haze removal? Not really. So I'll just do that. And in case you're wondering how I quickly got it back to 0, I just double clicked on haze here and that just got it back to 0. So light or cloudy would work. Let's see. Cloudy. Okay, cloudy should work out fine. Now if I don't have to completely saturate, but I hear I did say that normally with event photos you don't have to too much, but we add a little more to enhance the colors a little bit more with the glow here. Then maybe we don't have to add detail. Let's see what happens. Oh, no, don't need compression. We don't want the background to show, and so add a little extra clarity. And yeah, I think that's a good amount. Okay, so let's export that. Great, so we'll go to the next one now. Oh, this one might have some fringing. We'll just check. Wait, there is a way to check for the fringing, but bring it here. Okay, here we go. Now, this display is basically simulating a tunnel, I think, and well, I guess it was made out of wood, but you can see there's the glowing lights here. It's glowing pretty well in the daytime. So this definitely had some chromatic aberrations, some fringing, so good idea to edit in this. And yeah, this will need perspective editing. This will need dust spot removal. Yeah. Yes, this is one of the tunnels that was there, yeah, but kind of sucks that there weren't any ice sculptures. That would have been also great to be able to take pictures of, so we'll do that. Yeah, definitely cloudy, right way to go. So we'll do the horizon here. And that really didn't do much. But the perspective editing is going to really help out. Oh, okay, it'll probably do it on its own. All right. So anyway, let's deal with that more here. Right. Then we do some exposure compensation. Selective tone. See if haze removal. Yeah, haze removal was a good idea there. And that one. Okay, so first, increase the exposure a little bit. And We'll turn down the highlights just a little bit. Here we'll probably want the midtones of the shadows up a little bit. Perhaps if we turn it down. Yeah, we'll turn on the shadows instead, and then the blacks. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, Gibby, hey, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. How's your day going? Right, so a little extra contrast, not too much. Okay, here. Add a little extra vibrancy. Now, now we'll do some perspective editing here. Just reset that, and see what happens when we go. No, we don't want it. Let's do that way. Then we'll do like that. Yeah, the day's going well and the stream is going well. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the photos are coming along nicely. I think I'm now almost a quarter of the way through them. So because there were, oh, not a quarter. No, that would make it 36 photos. No, there were 56. So yeah, still, I think a sixth of the way through them. Yeah, so definitely way more photos this time around. Right, so let's see. If we do that and we move it a little bit more to that, oh, okay, move it that way. Yeah, that, let's see if we can rotate this a little more. Okay, so, nope. Okay, I think that looks good. Alright, so, what do we need to do really here on the perspective editing? Is there, well, let's see what we can do in Color Effects Pro, and then can't do anything, not a big deal. Yeah, definitely, we got some, yeah, we definitely edited the perspective nicely there. And sometimes, like when you're taking pictures, you know, sometimes you have to edit the perspective just because of how it ends up being. Like I've taken pictures of signs in the past, and you know, even though it looks straight to me, sometimes it ends up a little too much up or down, and a little too much to one side or the other, and it's like that's not how it was. So yeah, that's where you end up having to do the perspective editing, and the good thing is, yeah, so I think the DxO was the first one to do that. Um, oh, yeah, that's the one. Let me just see if I go more to the left. Hold on. A little more that. And then we'll rotate a little more. And that way it looks a little more straight. Yeah, that looks a little better. And remember what I had said about the fact that sometimes you have to go back and forth as you are going through these going through your images. That's how editing can work. See what happened. Okay, no. Yeah, because that's how photo editing can end up going, where you're just going back and forth because you think you got it the way you wanted, and then it looks a little off. Hold on, let's just try and get that like that. Yeah, that looks a little better. So we'll get out of color. Yeah, when you compare that to that, yeah, that one looks a lot better compared to this. So we'll just back into Color Effects Pro. We'll see if there's any images that or not any images. We'll see if there's any other effects we can put on it, but I don't think there are. But it's always a good idea to check, because sometimes there are things that you can definitely do. As you can see, it is glowing, even though it's daylight. It is glowing like that. I think I had to wait a little bit for people to get through. this thing because they wanted to, I guess, see how it is going under it, and yeah, yeah. So it took like a few extra, maybe an extra minute before I could get the picture. Okay, yeah, and let's see. For I collect color cast. Okay, so correct the contrast, dynamic contrast. Okay, that was really bad with the shadows. Don't really do much with the shadows. Lights doesn't really do much. Okay, what other filters we can do? Um, Sunlight. No, that's not gonna work. Skylight. We don't really need that skylight filter. Um, don't think that filter is gonna work. Extractor, we can try it. Oh, yeah, that's what happens when we go 100%. Yeah, do that with that. Okay, a little extra. Okay, and let's see the shadows. Highlights. I think that's all that's needed. Okay, so we'll image. What was the name of this? Okay. Right, so we'll give the image here. Okay, and then we'll save that, and I think, I think it's going to save to. I think it's going to save the changes that we made here. Sometimes with the like this is the case with any software, you make all these changes to something, and you do something, and then you think it's going to save it, and then it doesn't save it. But anyway, this is okay. So this isn't on Stephen Avenue. This is on 7th Avenue in downtown Calgary. 7th Avenue is basically just a C train. Yeah, it's just basically a C train goes along this road. So there's train stations there, and in this plaza, this display here, you can see it's a dragon. You can see some glowing in its head here. Um, okay, and they set it up in the, as you can see in the background here, Brookfield Place. And yeah, and so in the plaza in front of that building, they had a few displays. Now one of them couldn't get because it was all tarped up, but yeah, as you can see, it's fenced off. I don't know if at night these displays are fenced off, but I do know they fence them off during the day. Wouldn't be surprised if they fence it off during the night, but as you can see, and you'll see this with some of the other displays that they fence them off, at least during the day. Don't know if they do it during the night, but very possible that they fence them off during the night. But this definitely looked interesting. The reason why I took the picture from this angle is like I tried various different angles, and unfortunately, you could see a purple light coming from there and would have distracted from the whole display of the dragon here, or sea serpent, or whatever this is supposed to be. So hold on, let me just let me okay, there's the more. So let's do that with the more, right? And then it was still cloudy out, and do that. We want to make sure we get all the things that we want. I want to make sure that we get all the things that we want selected before I continue on. So it will increase the exposure a bit. Okay, and then let's see. Here's the highlights, midtones here. Turn on the shadows. It's not going to work, so we'll increase the shadows there. Right. And increase the contrast just a bit. Now here we don't really have to do too much because, as you can see, I don't know if that's steel or aluminum they used for the display, but yeah, anyway, we'll see if we can do some perspective editing here. See if we can do a bit of perspective editing. Okay, so we'll do that. Right, there we go, and you can see this perspective editing still would be useful for these kinds of displays here. Now, I don't think there's any... Well, maybe we could do some detail enhancement, I'm not sure. Oh, didn't do anything. Oh, okay, it's set to auto. Okay, that's why. Oh, okay. We'll probably have to do something about the detail enhancement in Color Effects Pro there. But we can definitely do something about uh, this horizon here. Oh, yeah, I didn't straighten it out. I was making it more crooked, but it's a little harder to tell. We get pretty high up in the number there. Okay, let's see if we can do something about the horizon there. Okay, so yeah, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty straight. And actually, it did come back so I could get it. Like there were some other people taking the picture of the other display, so I had to come back. But I did get another picture of this one, and it was a little more zoomed out. You'll see, and you'll see what I mean later on. Okay, so send it over to Color Effects Pro to do the detail enhancement. So as you can see, the differences with DxO Photolab and On1 PhotoRaw, you can do a lot of different detail enhancements and a lot of other effects, like add a lot of other effects inside the software and On1 PhotoRaw. Whereas here, you do some basic editing, and also like both have perspective editing as you saw, but in DxO Photolab you do some basic editing. Then sometimes you'll have to take it to another software in order to be able to do some other enhancements that you want to make, like detail enhancement. As you can see, there's all these other filters in here. Um, if you want to add other effects, so we want there it is, detail extract or detail extractor. Hold on. You see, that's what it looks like when it's 100. That's what it looks like when it's 0. We want some detail in there. Let's add a little extra contrast there. A little extra saturation. I don't really know if that did anything to the shadows or to the highlights there. Alright, so, yeah, I think that's all we needed, so we'll save it. Well, this is what, 10, okay. 0. Right. Okay, now we'll save that, and, yeah, we just had to do the detail extraction out of that. Okay, so I'll move on to the next image here, which is this display here. This is actually part of a series of displays. You'll see it later on. What the series of displays looks like in a line. But yeah, you can already see how it's glowing here, even though it's a little daylight and it's a little cloudy. But yeah, this was the best I could do to get the, because like I said, a lot of these displays were behind the fence. I don't know if they take the fences down at night. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not 100% sure. But for the daytime, I know they fence it off, and yeah, this is the best I could do with this one. So yeah, and okay, so it was still cloudy out. Hold on, just check to make sure. Okay, doesn't. Oh yeah, there was some fringing there. Okay, so good thing I at this one. I don't know if we'll need to do detail extraction or not. We'll find out soon enough. Okay, yeah, so that was a little crooked. And now we'll do that. We'll see. Oh, not that. Actually, in this case, haze removal might not be a good idea because it kind of takes away the effect of the glow that you can still see. If you see here, it doesn't really glow nicely. Here, it does. So, yeah, you don't always. So, as you can see, you don't always have to do haze removal when it comes down to event photos and also street photos. Definitely, it's a good idea when you're doing nature and landscapes haze removal because atmospheric haze. But when you're doing street photos or event photos, haze removal not always needed. Definitely, chromatic aberration removal is needed because there was this event that I had done in 2007, and yeah, and I remember in a lot of the photos there was all this chromatic aberration because the event was outside, and I didn't think that there would be chromatic aberration. There was, so and this was before I had the EXO Photo Lab and On One Photo Rod to help me out. So I had to move all that chromatic aberration manually. Yeah, it took a yeah. So if you see how these photos like gone through how many photos so far? 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and oh, and it looks like this is the 10th photo that I'm doing. You see how it already how 1.5 hours has passed, and uh, and how this is actually flying by with the or not flying by, but this is actually definitely faster compared to before. Because imagine having to like use Affinity Photo and then manually having to go through the photos get rid of the chromatic aberration. Before I had on1 Photo on DxO Photo Lab to make it a lot faster. I did like sometimes one image it would take like an hour just to get through, or sometimes 2 hours, just because of how much fringing and chromatic aberration there was to um, get rid of. So yeah, this is still yeah. So definitely having like I know Lightroom also does it. So if you are able to afford the subscription, you can also do that in Lightroom. But like I said, I don't like paying for a subscription. So, but still, like this does it very nicely. The XO Photo Lab and on1 Photo if it's not too bad, it does a good job too with the chromatic aberration removal. But yeah, having to imagine how long it would take to get through so many photos, and each photo has to take an hour or two just because of the chromatic aberration there. Okay, so for highlights, yeah, we'll want to lower those highlights. Okay, so and then lower the midtones there. Turn down those shadows. Turn on the blacks. And don't really need too much contrast. Not a lot. And try to enhance a little bit of the glow there. Um, let's see. Do we need? Let's see if we need detail extraction or not. We'll see. Yeah, definitely. Like with how long it takes me to edit photos and the workflow and all that, it's definitely a lot faster now compared to before. Because yeah, with the yeah, it doesn't take so long with the chromatic aberration removal. It doesn't take so long. It It's like with this one, it's automated. With on1 Photo Raw, you have to use sliders, but if you can get it right there, it's not a big deal. Like just using sliders. Okay, the detail extractor. Let's see. Don't need too many details. Um, that down. Okay. Want that. Want the glow to be enhanced a little bit. Okay. I'll save that image. Okay, we'll save it, and then we'll okay, and then we'll save that. Move on to the next one. All right, and now this little section actually had to retake some images because what happened was didn't realize it, but my lens hood kind of got out of place a little bit, and corners weren't showing properly. So yeah, that wasn't looking nice. So yeah, luckily I caught it, and instead of seeing it when I got home, and I was like, oh no. I caught it there, so I was able to retake those images. And this is part of Stephen Avenue. That's one of the plus 15s there. As you can see, here's the lights that they set up on Stephen Avenue. So you can imagine how it looks at night. Obviously, it would be off during the daytime because of the natural light. And as you can see, right around there is when it got sunny. So but yeah, this is part of Stephen Avenue here. As you can see, it's a pedestrian mall and all that. Okay, so we can do daylight now that we see sunlight there. Okay, exposure. That. Yeah, here, haze removal might be a good idea. Let's see if the horizon... Yeah, definitely the horizon needed to be straightened out. And yeah, that actually looks pretty good. Let me just see if I do volume deformation. Yeah. Let's see. Vertical. Let me just... Hold on. Let me just see how this looks, and then might have to adjust that horizon a little bit more. Okay, so we'll adjust the horizon. Hold on, let's just some more as well. But if you go on my Instagram, if you go on my Instagram, I have a few photos that I've taken. Hold on. See. Straight here. I do have a few photos along Stephen Avenue on there. Alright, so... yeah, hold on. Okay, guess we can adjust the brightness a little bit, or exposure a little bit. Highlights, let's bring those down. And the midtones. And the shadows here. Do a little bit with the blacks here. Okay, and then don't have to really do too much with the contrast. Okay, so let's see here. Do that. And do that. What else? Okay, so now, go to Color Effects Pro here. Just here, there, now. Okay, so we'll figure out whatever wasn't used, or not whatever wasn't used, but whatever was already done. Alright, so here we'll might be able to get a little more creative there. I'll think there's any dust spots, but I'll just check it out first. Because yeah, sometimes you never know. Even with all these buildings, sometimes dust spots pop up out of nowhere. Okay, so I don't think we need the. I don't know. Do we need the detail extractor? No, we don't need it that much. Do that much. Okay. No, that is way too much there. Okay. So, it's a little extra contrast. Okay. A little extra saturation there. Not too much. Do skylight filter. See here. Add a little bit. I don't think it's, no. Sunlight. Okay. Add a little bit, not too much. Like that. Turn down the brightness a little. Actually, no, we don't want to turn down the brightness. Okay. And that, and then I don't want to turn down the saturation too much. Now let's see what else we can do. Actually, here, do graduated neutral density. Okay, so do that, do that, and then the vertical shift around there. That with the shadows, a little bit with that with the highlights. We don't need the foliage. Hold on. I want to do an add filter. Already shown you before what happens if you don't press add filter and then you try and add in something else and you realize, oh, all those changes I made, they're gone. The pro contrast. You correct the color cast. Oh, nope. Correct the contrast here. Add some dynamic contrast and yeah, so we'll save that and then we'll go into Affinity Photo and we'll see what the we'll see if there's any dust spots that have to be removed. All right, so now just load up. There it is. Load up that one. Go into Affinity Photo. Now there's only one spot where we got to check for the dust spots there, so. Okay, so in case you're wondering how I'm zooming in and out, in here I'm pressing the option key on my keyboard and using the middle scroll wheel to scroll. Then when I navigate around the picture, uh, just using two hands on the trackpad here, and I don't see any dust spots here. Doesn't look like there are any. Yeah, it doesn't look like there are any dust spots here. All right. So, since there aren't any dust spots, we can not close. We can export. Right, and then we can move on to the next photo. And the next one. Okay, so this might be the retake of the image. A retake. I'm not sure. Wait, let's see here. Oh, okay. This is around. Saw that displayed there. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, this is I think when I started doing some those image retakes. Oh, yeah, this because this is not so zoomed in. The other one I believe was zoomed in. So yeah, this might be one of the image retakes I did. Because I was walking back along Stephen Avenue, and then I noticed what happened with the lens hood and what it did, and so I had to retake it. But yeah, as you can see, yeah, there's more of those spherical light displays there, and of course this star-like one. And yeah, so that would be turned on at night. Obviously, it wouldn't be turned on during the daytime, so let's get rid of that more here. Right, and let's see here. We'll see if horizon needs to be fixed. Okay, let's try and fix that horizon a little bit. Right, there we go. Maybe a little more. Yeah, there. Then, let me just first just do that. Do that. Well, first we'll turn on. Yeah, so we'll probably want that Clearview Plus on. We'll see how it looks without it. First, do exposure compensation here. Okay, and we'll turn down the highlights. Turn them down a lot. Midtones will turn down. And shadows. Blacks. Now let's see what happens when I turn off this haze removal. Looks. Where's that? Actually, I think we'll keep the haze removal on after all. And a little extra contrast there. Right, and then add a little vibrancy to it, and add a little saturation to it. And right, so we'll go and go into color effects here. Okay, and we'll okay, so we'll now we have to just wait for it to load up Color Effects Pro here. Alright, there we go, and Color Effects Pro is now loading up. So we'll use the detail extractor. No, we definitely don't want that. A little extra detail in here. Then we'll put a little more contrast there. What happens when we... Okay, that's a little too saturated, so... Okay, so we'll take away some of the saturation because it started to look a little oversaturated there. Let's see here, what else can we do? Sunlight filter. Okay. We don't need it completely strong. Light temperature here. On the brightness a bit. Okay, we'll do a little extra contrast. Don't need it completely saturated. Okay, so we'll do that. And let's see here. You know what? We'll do the graduated neutral density. Now, yeah, as you noticed, when a file is sent into the DxO Photolab, it's saved as a TIFF file. A TIFF file is what's called a lossless image file. And that's what you want to. You're going to be editing a non-RAW file. You definitely want it to be lossless because it still keeps all the detail in the photo. So, because lossy means you lose the detail each time you edit it, each time you open it. Lossless means the detail stays no matter what. And it doesn't matter how many times you open the image, you still get to keep the detail. So with the upper tonality, we'll turn it up like that. Lower, we'll do that. Okay, we'll do a blend. Vertical shift here. Okay, and then so do a little bit with the shadows. And with the highlights here. Okay, not too much. What else needs to be done? See if we'll try this Pro Contrast and see what we have. Oh, okay, yeah. I guess we better remove the color cast. There. Okay, correct the contrast, okay. And dynamic contrast here. Alright. We'll just oh, Father Time, hey, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Alright, so we'll save that and then we'll just check for dust spots. Well, I'm doing good. Yeah, the stream is going well, and yeah, the photo editing is going well. Don't know, yeah, I don't know exactly how many images I've gotten through, but yeah, I've gotten through quite a decent number of photos. Yeah, so yeah, definitely it's going well. All right, so we'll now go into Affinity. We'll go into Affinity Photo here. Yeah, sometimes when you're trying to load things from the dashboard or Launchpad, as it's called, or when you're trying to launch things from the Launchpad, there, you think you select one of the applications, and it doesn't register. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this this is the fifth one that I've done, or the fifth one that I'm doing, and yeah, the first one that I've done since October. So yeah, it's definitely a nice change of pace compared to playing the games. All right, so we're gonna wait for. Oh, I forgot. I should probably open the image. I forgot. So where is it? There it is. And you see, with the TIFF file, you can open it up in multiple programs. You won't lose any of the details. Whereas with JPEGs, you can start to lose the details when you're trying to edit, when you're opening it up in various programs. Alright, so let's see here. You know what? We'll remove that. Even though it's not a dust spot, still that doesn't show what's over there, and it could be mistaken for a dust spot. Okay, there. Okay, so now let's check out for the other dust spots here. There are any that are showing. Okay, doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it here. See any dust spots? Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, when I first started streaming, this was an idea that I had, but I couldn't get. But at the time, I couldn't get the MacBook to connect to Twitch, so I just kept it in mind. But when I started telling people about the idea of streaming these the photo editing, I got a lot of demand for it, and then when I got the MacBook to finally connect to Twitch, the demand just increased. So yeah, I was finally able to do the first one last July, um, and yeah, it definitely was well received. So a lot of people have, and then like I did three more after that, and uh, then the weather didn't cooperate this winter, so. Yeah, so I couldn't do one with the winter photos, but I was it. Then I remember, or I remember that I went to this event. I checked to see if it was going to go on, and it was. So wait, I didn't save that one. I oops, I don't know if I wait. Did I export or did I not? Or check. Oh, I did. Okay, I was worried that I didn't export it. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people have said that they enjoyed this and that they learn a lot from these photo editing streams. Yeah, and yeah. Anyway, with this event, yeah, I was able to get it, and then I saw that I had enough photos for one. But yeah, I mean, I have had a lot of questions about what when the next photo editing stream was going to be since October, and I didn't know. But yeah, I'm glad that I was able to go to this event. So yeah, I'm able to do this stream. Right. So, as you can see, this bench was painted. I think this bench was painted specifically for the Globe Festival. Um, Hold on, let me just have some water. And yeah, as you can see, it's really bright and vibrant. And sure, at night it probably glows as well, just with how bright the colors are. Right. So, yeah, because I took it at an angle, we don't really have to do perspective editing. I didn't take it. Yeah, I took. Yeah, I didn't take it head on. I took the photo at an angle. Oh wow, that the clear. Yeah, the haze removal actually enhanced the colors there. Right, so we'll do that, and don't know if there was any chromatic aberration there, but I'm not sure if there was any fringing here or not. Well, let me just go in here to see if there was any fringing. I'm not sure if there was fringing, because if there isn't, we can do the edit in on one photo raw here and then just reset that. Is there any fringing? Let me just check. Yeah, I don't. Not a little bit. Not sure. It looked like there was much fringing. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, so just oh, not OBS. I was going to so there was definitely some fringing. So yeah, definitely okay, Father Time. Hope the trip to the store goes well, and thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. Then let's see here. Where's the more? Okay, there it is. We want to remove that. And let's see. We'll. Oh, okay, I was wondering. Yeah, when I saw that, I was wondering. Should Nightbot be doing its thing? And it was a little delayed, I guess. But thank you for the lurk, Father Time. I really appreciate it. Okay, so we will do the exposure about there. We'll turn down the highlights a little bit, not too much. Turn up the midtones a little bit. Shadows. Yeah, we can enhance the shadows there. Okay, and then not too much dark with the blacks. Um, and Add a little contrast, not too much. Okay, and then we'll add a little vibrancy there. And a little saturation. Maybe we can add a little extra detail in Color Effects Pro. Right, and as you know, it does take a little while to to load up into Color Effects Pro there, because yeah, it has to string like it's exporting, but it's exporting to another application. Right there. It tells me one of the. Okay, I was like, yeah, something tells me one of the filters was there anyway. So we don't want that much detail extracted, but that's a good amount. Okay, so a little extra contrast. Oh, let's add a little extra saturation, and yeah, I think that's all we need. So let me just save that. Okay, we'll save that and. And once it's done saving the JPEG image, we'll save this image. We'll save the TIFF image, and now the reason I export into JPEG is because space saver, but also like once it's done with the editing, you can make the final image JPEG because that's also easier to share online. So let me just check if there was any chromatic aberration in here. It looks like there was, so we'll remove. We'll keep it in here, and yeah, I think a bit of perspective editing will be needed here. Let's see. Yep. If I take it out, it'll look like that. Back in. Okay, we'll keep it. Right, so hold on. Let's remove the moire here, and then we'll do some perspective editing. More left, right that to do, but we'll do up, down if we have to. Okay. Right. Okay, and then we need to. Okay, there we go. So that, and then a little more right here. Oh. Okay. Maybe not that much. We want the bench. Okay, there we go. That'll look looks okay. And then the okay, and like that, and then we'll do a little more. Oh no, not that much. Oh, and that much. There we go. All right, so and here we can do daylight. Right, so add a little extra exposure to that, and it's not. Don't need to darken it all the way. All right, so do the tones there. Yeah, we can turn down those shadows. Black. Okay. Right, so we'll do the blacks there. Then not too much contrast. And let's try and add a little extra. No, we don't want it looking like that. And saturation, no, that much. We can do that much, and then we'll add a little. We'll get a little extra detail out of it. All right, so now Color Efex Pro is now loading up there. And there's the detail extractor. Now, obviously, we don't want to go all the way. Oh, and then about that much. Not that much contrast, about that much. And no. Not that much saturation. Alright, and we'll save. Right, so save the JPEG, and then we'll save the TIFF file as well. And the reason why I also save the TIFF file that is created when it gets exported into Color Efex Pro and all these other Nick collection applications is in case I have to make other changes, or I have to put it into Affinity Photo. Like you've already seen that I put it into Affinity Photo before, but in case like I have to go back later on, don't lose any of the detail. Right, so this is one of the. Let me just check to see if there was any chromatic aberration. It does look like there was. It does look like there was quite a bit of fringing here, so stick with this software, okay? But yeah, this is another one of the displays that was at the Glow Festival. I don't know what it is. I think this is the one that I saw being set up. What the picture in the paper. One of the displays being set up. So yeah. And as you can see, all these like a lot of these displays were fenced off. I guess well, at least during the day. Don't know about during the night, but during the day, I guess they didn't want any damage or stuff like that. But anyway, do the daylight. Let's see. Exposure compensation. Let's see how it looks without the haze. Yep. Definitely we'll get rid of that haze. And, don't think any perspective editing is... Okay, might have a little too much to the other side there. We'll adjust that horizon a little bit. Maybe a little more. Yeah, there. Yeah, this is another one of the displays that was at that Glow Festival. As you can see, a brightly colored display. I don't know if it's connected or not to the lights. As you saw in some of the other images, you saw some some wires, and then like these types of things here. So it is possible that these are lit up at night. But yeah, as I've mentioned before, let's just brighten that up. As I've mentioned before, there weren't any ice sculptures, which was unfortunate, but maybe at least with last weekend, it's because the ice probably would have melted. Hey, Father Time, Welcome back. Yeah, I took all of the photos. Yeah, I took all of these photos. Uh, this display, like this photo is one that I took. In the paper, like there was a photo of the. I think it was this one of the person who was setting up the display. But yeah, this one, this photo, and all of them, I took. I went to downtown Calgary last Saturday, and yeah, I took all those photos. Right, so we'll see. Midtones. Not too much there. Okay, and oh, thank you. With this one, yeah, that whoever it is that made this display, yeah, they did a really great job uh, with the colors in the display. Yeah, yeah, it's really really nice. And if you're talking about and if you're also talking about the websites there, yeah, I took all the photos on the websites as well, and I'm glad you like the colors on the photos that are on the websites as well. Okay, so let's see if I enhance that. No, that's a better choice there. Okay, and we'll do a little bit of contrast there, and we'll. Okay, so we'll do that, and so we'll now put it into Color Effects Pro, see if we can get a little more detail out of this. Okay, we'll see if we can get detail out of that. But yeah, it does take a little while to get Color Effects Pro loaded up here. Okay, so here's the detail extractor. Let's see. Okay, get a little bit of extra detail in there. And add a little extra contrast. And I think that's good for the saturation. I think there's anything else we really need to do that image beyond getting a little extra detail. As I said, with the event photos, it's not like nature and landscape. As I said, with event photos, it's not like nature and landscape where absolutely where you can, or not absolutely crucial, but where you can do a whole lot, like where you can put in a lot of effects on the photos. With event photos, better to keep it a lot simpler. Don't have to do a whole lot to these images. But okay, Father Time. Have a great day. Thank you again for coming in. I really appreciate it. But yeah, yeah. I was saying with event photos, you don't have to do a whole lot with them. Like, as you saw, there were a few cases where we had to add a few extra effects, but you don't have to do a whole lot. Something like nature and landscapes, where you can do where there's so many different effects you can do, and like you can even do an HDR effect on it. With vet photos, you don't have to do a whole lot to it. You don't have to do HDR on it unless the image absolutely requires. Like there were a few cases in the past where I've taken event photos and I had to do an HDR because it was required, but Otherwise, as you can see, won't have to like go haywire with the effects with event photos. You can keep it simple here. And yeah, this is the last of the um. Yeah, this is the last of the this set of display. I don't know why it's separate from those three there, but yeah, it's but this is how it ended up getting set up. Okay, so yeah, definitely that was already. Definitely we'll need to do the haze removal there. Okay. Oh no, I don't think a horizon. Given the angle, I don't think we really need to do any perspective editing. All right, and we'll also the more, and sometimes the more also shows up on here. As you can see, there's a faint amount of green and purple and pink. So, okay, well maybe we have to do a little bit of horizon, but not to, well, maybe a little bit, but not like that much. I don't have to do it that much. I don't know why the software decided to do it that way. We'll just lower it here. Okay. Oh, why it went up to, what was it, 4 degrees for the horizon, I don't know. Okay, let's, should have actually gone a little bit into the negatives, not, what was it, plus 4.55, was it? So, let's see how that, okay, maybe it's a little much the other way. There, that's more like it. Why it went plus 4.55, I have no idea. Anyway, we'll, let's decrease that exposure a little bit. We'll turn down those highlights. We'll increase the midtones a bit. Just those shadows. That much. Just, we'll have to increase the blacks a little bit. Then, do that. And we'll turn down the micro contrast a little bit, and then that. And yeah, definitely do a detail enhancement. We might have to add another. Yeah, we might have to add another filter to help increase the brightness of this thing. It's interesting that this one ended up in the shadows, and those two, or those three, ended up in the light. But you can already see, even though it's in the shadows here of those of the building that it was set up in front of, you can already see it glow quite a bit, even though it's not nighttime. Oh, and I think that thing there is a stage. I believe I Am Downtown Calgary has a stage, like does performances during or has performances happen on that stage during the summer. Um, Remember when I went to downtown Calgary back in 2019 during the Stampede or whatever they had set up in Olympic Plaza on Stephen Avenue? Um, they had uh, like they had a not just that stage set up where there was this band, and actually I was able to get a picture of that band, but they also had some microphones set up along Stephen Avenue. Okay, no, we don't want too much contrast. That we wanted a little more saturated. Okay, so we'll add that and see the skylight fill. See if the skylight filter works. Oh, it's not gonna work. If I do that, that's gonna be a little too bright. Do that for the light temperature. Okay. Yeah, that looks a little better. Okay, that's okay for the contrast. No, don't need it. I want to take away all the saturation. Yeah, that looks okay. Alright, anything else that, I don't know if we have to... Wait, let me just, check something here. Wait a minute, I could... Just realized I could have done something. Hold on, let's get out of that. I've just done a local adjustment here. Set up this control point. I did it on the first image. What I could do is, let's add in exposure here. And let's draw exposure there. Like that. And here, there we go. That's let me just close that and see how it looks. Let's see how it looks without it. Yeah, I just done that. Okay, we'll send it back into there and just do the detail extraction. Right, that. Right, so we'll go back in here. So now we don't have to now we can still have the sunlight filter, but it's not necessary here. Right, so let's do that. Right, and already we're through, well, this is the 16th picture. Alright, so yeah, it does take a while for Color Efex Pro to load up. Right, so we'll just do the detail extraction then. Alright, so let's see, what kind of detail extraction can we get? Yeah, if we do that, that's just gonna look right. So I'll put it there, and we'll add a little extra contrast. We don't need that much. I want to take away any, so we'll do that. Then that's just overly saturated, and it's away. Yes, we'll do that there. Right, so we'll save that. Okay. And then we'll save the TIFF file, and as I mentioned, the TIFF file allows you to do extra edits without losing any detail. As I said, that a TIFF file is a lossless image file, so... So yeah, with the lossless image file, you don't, yeah, you're not able to, or after you edit the raw file, if you want to export for further editing, you want to save it as a TIFF file. I don't know if PNG is a lossless file. I don't know if a PNG file is a lossless file. I do know TIFF is, so when you're editing images, yeah, definitely want to go with those lossless files like TIFFs, and not JPEG, because as I said, lossless doesn't lose any detail. So now we move on to this next image here, and yeah, as you can see, this thing is all chained up here. This is one of the campfire things. I think they only open it up at night during the Clove Festival. But yeah, this is I think one of the imagery takes that I did after I saw that um, yeah, the lens hood kind of got a little loose and covered up the corners here and here, enough that it hurt the images. But yeah, this is Stephen Avenue from another spot. And now we can do daylight. As you can see, the sun is out. Clouds are starting to clear out a little bit. Let's check that. Yep. Okay, so right, so we also want to get rid of that moire here, and definitely we'll want to train out the image here with the horizon tool. Huh. This time I did it nicely, not like before. And right, so turn on those highlights. Okay, and with turning down the highlights, as you can see, enhances the sky there, brings out the clouds and the blue in the sky. So we'll increase the we'll bring out the shadows a little more, and a little more of the blacks, right? Here, okay, we do some extra contrast there. Then we do the vibrance and saturation there. Now, because this is more of a, well, it is, because this is still a photo of the street and all that, like, editing street photos is a little, is similar to editing nature photos. Maybe you don't go as crazy with the filters that you can use and all that, but still, you can do a lot with street photos. But as you can see, there's a lot of the lights there. Actually, I thought I did a Command 0, but yeah, actually pressed the wrong key. Okay, so we'll export it to Color Effects. And we'll also have to go through this to see if there's any dust spots that have to be removed. Not sure if there will be or not. We'll find out when I put it into Affinity Photo. Okay, I actually touched the scroll wheel and scrolled a little bit. That's why sometimes when I'm playing Stardew, the wrong thing gets selected, and then it's like, wait, what? How did that thing get selected? Alright, so wait for this image to load up. Yeah, we'll definitely want the detail extractor here, because now in case you're wondering why I always use, okay, I guess, oh, I have to zoom in using that. But anyway, in case you're wondering why I have the detail extractor, like, this is especially true, like for a photo like this, why I have the detail extractor, it's because it enhances the details in the buildings. Now, obviously, if you go too high, it doesn't look right. If you go like there, and a little extra contrast, see, it adds the details to the buildings. Sometimes there's details of the buildings that you miss, like in the raw file that can bring out like through a detail extractor like that. Okay, so we'll see the sunlight. Yeah, the sunlight filter is a good one to use. At the light temperature. We don't want it that bright. We'll do that. As you saw, there's still those lights being shown, and probably at night they light them up. We don't want to overly saturate it. Go here, then highlight filter. Okay, we can do that. And I don't know how Brilliance Warmth would look in this kind of image. Okay. Oh, we don't want to overly saturate it here, so we'll take away some of it. Warm up the image a little bit. We'll warm it up and then electrical saturation like that. Then we already did the details. Then we do a graduated neutral density here. Okay, so see 100, 100. You don't want to do that. That, like that. And like that. Okay. And I don't think the shadows. No. Okay, so yeah, that looks good. So we'll do is I'll save that image and then finish it up. Or not finish it up, but we'll look at Unity Photo to see if there's any dust spots that need to be removed. Not sure, because still there's more sky showing, so you never know. Alright, so here we'll find it. And there it is. So we'll open that with Affinity Photo. It might be just faster to do it that way and easier to do it that way to get it into Affinity Photo if it's needed. Then I can already tell you the next picture is more zoomed in shot of the street scene here. One thing I like to do when I'm on Stephen Avenue, just take a picture down the street. Right, so here it is, and hey, let's see if there's any dust spots that are showing up. Well, let's see here, any dust spots? Don't see any, but good idea to check. Oh, let's see here. Let's get those dust spots here. If there's any that are showing, I don't see any, but doesn't look like there are any dust spots from what I can tell. Don't see the dust spots here. I don't see any dust spots here, so okay, so there aren't any dust spots from what I can tell. Yeah, as you can see, I'm still going through it because, yeah. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's a spot or not. Okay, I just don't see any dust spots here. Hold on. Let me just check one more time. It's always a good idea to constantly check to see if there's any dust spots in here. don't see any here. I just don't see any dust spots here. Okay, so right, we'll then export here. Right. And we'll move on to the next photo here. Right, so we'll go to the next photo, and this is a zoomed in shot of, uh, of that same spot on Stephen Avenue there. Right, so yeah, that's a lot more straight. So any horizon will not that one. Where is it? There it is. More. Okay, so let's see here. We'll do compensation, selective tone. Yeah, that and so now we'll put in as shot daylight. And as you can see with DxO Photolab, difference between that and on one photo raw is there is no preview when you put your mouse over that. So just have to, if you want to see what that does, you just have to click on it or to seeing it in the preview. That's just something that you just have to be aware of. So okay, so we'll increase the exposure a little bit. Then yeah, we'll turn on the highlights. I think that much. Okay, and then okay, we'll do that with the midtones. Do that with the shadows. And we'll do that with the blacks. Okay, it looks like it's pretty saturated, so we'll probably have to turn down the saturation a bit. Okay. You know what? Color Effects Pro, we can turn on the saturation. So we'll send it to Color Effects Pro here. Alright, so we just have to wait for it to get into Color Effects Pro there. Right, so it's going to Color FX Pro. All right. Okay, so let's see what filter it shows up. Okay, the detail extractor. Okay, that's a good thing. We don't want that, so a little extra detail here, right about there. Oh. Okay, so the contrast there. Okay, we don't want to take away all the. Okay, we do want to with some of the saturation. Right, so we'll put in a sunlight filter here. Maybe we'll take care of this. We'll do that. Oh, maybe turn down the turn on the brightness a bit. Yeah, that, and then the contrast. Okay, and then the saturation. Oh, I know exactly which filter to use here. The Brilliance Warmth filter, and then that way we can turn on the saturation a little bit. Because if we put it up too high, it's going to be, yeah. Okay, and then warm it up a little bit. Perceptual saturation here. Then the graduated neutral density filter. Okay, then we'll do that for the upper, that for the lower here. Do a blend, and then So, vertical shift. No, not like, no, we don't want that. Do that. Okay, and then the shadows there. Oh no, not the highlights. Sure, what else? I don't think we need to do anything else. So we'll save that image. Okay. Alright, so we'll save that, and when I'm kind of getting a little hungry, I ended up eating breakfast a little earlier than normal so that I could start the stream on time. So what I'm going to do is after we save this TIFF file, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a lunch break, and then I'll see you all after lunch. Now, I don't eat at a desk because when I was working in offices, yeah, I was eating at a desk more than I would have liked. So, yeah, my days of eating lunch at a desk are over. So, I'm gonna take my lunch break. And after lunch, we'll resume the editing of the photos. So, I'll see you all after lunch. And, in case you're wondering what my Be Right Back screen is, it's just my photography logo. So, yeah, so yeah, my photography logo is my Be Right Back screen. So, we'll just wait for this to finish saving. Oh, UB Poker, thank you for still being here. And I'm sure you just heard. I'll just be having my lunch. I'll be back after lunch. And thank you for the hype. So yeah, I'll see you everybody after lunch. Okay, everybody, I'm back. So we'll continue from where we left off. Uh, and now we're doing this image next, and it was actually when I took a picture of this display that I realized that the lens hood had come or had loosened a bit and covered up. It was this one or a different one. Not sure, but yeah, that's when I realized that the. Actually, it might have been when I took. No, it was when. Might not have been this one, but might have been a different one. But when I realized the lens hood had come a little loose and I covered up these corners a bit. Um, I don't know how this display glows or anything like that. I really don't know. Um, anyway, let's that do that and that that. Okay, that's a little too much. That made a little bit crooked the other way. Um, there. And definitely I saw some, yeah, there's the fringing, and get rid of the more here. As you can see, that got rid of the rest of that green color stuff. Let's see here. Okay, we don't have to do any perspective editing, just had to do the straightening there. Yeah, we'll do the detail enhancement afterwards, so, and we can decrease the exposure a little bit. Uh, Decrease those highlights a bit. Okay, decrease the midtones a bit. Yeah. That's the shadows a bit. And that with the blacks there, and then we already did that. Don't really need too much contrast there. Turn it down a bit more. Oh, there. We want to try and do a little bit here. We'll see. So we'll send it into color effects here. And I want to thank everybody for sticking around during my lunch break. Really appreciate that. Uh, uh, I do appreciate you around for the second half of this stream uh, as we get through more of the photos. And not sure that's the display, that pink thing on the ground, but I wonder if that also glows at night. So yeah, we'll just do a detail enhancement, and I don't think anything else is really needed. You can see, actually, there is some glow coming from that, even though like, some of it is in the sunlight and some of it isn't. We don't want like that much detail, but that's a good amount, and that, yeah, that, oh, yeah, that's a little oversaturated, even though that does make it glow, but turn down the saturation a little bit more, because yeah, you can still see the glow there. Right, so yeah, I think that's a good amount, and again, with it being behind the fence, I mean, that was the best I was able to do getting the picture of this. As you can see, there's differences with how you can edit things. Uh, with the event photos versus editing things nature and street photos. Nature and street you can do like there's a whole lot more aspects that can be done to the photo. Event photos, you want to keep it as simple as possible because yeah, you don't have to go too crazy. See here. I think it was with this image here that I realized that the lens had come down, and so I had to do some photo retakes. Let's see here. Oh, actually, um, hey, let me just see here. I remember I said I don't think I'd be using Aurora HDR, but because it's there's also a couple of there's also some of these street photos. I might just show you how different HDR editing is. Let me just see. No, let me just see if this. Let me just see something. Uh, don't need that. Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. Go. Okay, nope. Wonder. Let me just see something here. Wait, let's reset that. I'm just trying to do some perspective editing before, like, maybe doing HDR here, and then yeah, I saw a little bit of. Hold on. Let me just see what happens when there's turn that off. I'll turn that off. Let me just see here. Let's just see here. Actually, it was. Yeah, I guess we don't really need the perspective editing there. Okay, but let me just oh, we can just do the horizon tool from here. A little hold on. Okay, we'll just do that now, and no, not that, and straighten this image out a little bit. Okay, let me just see. Just checking the perspective tool. Oh no, no, not like that. Let's see. Oh, okay, maybe. Yeah, maybe that is right. We'll do that, and then see. Okay, all right. So let me just compare it to these two. That looks okay. Yeah, that look really nice. Okay. Oh no, not that one. We just compare it to that one before. Yeah, that looked okay. I was just checking something there. All right. Anyway, so we'll yeah, okay. So I guess this might need a little bit of perspective editing after all. Anyway, let me just check for the. Let me just check to see if I got any notifications. But yeah, it turns out I guess we or at least the spot we needed the perspective editing tool for. But yeah, anyway, we've done that, and it's straightened out. Okay, what I'm gonna do is, no, we don't want that. Export it to HDR. And I'll show you HDR editing, how, for those of you who haven't been in my photo editing streams before, won't know what HDR editing is like, and I know I said that I probably wouldn't use Aurora HDR today because I didn't think anything would need an HDR edit, but with these street photos, you can actually do HDR editing with street photos. With event photos, HDR editing, I'll just say that it depends, but with street photos like this, definitely it's a good way to show you how HDR editing can work. In a oh, this is from a single image. We'll cancel because there's actually a trick to making sure that it works. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you the trick. Let me just do more first. Okay, let's make sure I turned on more removal. Well, I did not. Good thing I came back because I want to show you the trick that I use for HDR editing. Now, one of the tricks now one of the things that you can do in HDR photography is take brackets of shots. Some people will take 3 shots of the same thing, one at normal exposure, one underexposed, and one overexposed, or like 5. Like you get the idea. It's an odd. It has to be an odd number, and then 2 stops down, up to 2, 3, 4 stops down for the underexposure, and then up to 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4 stops up for overexposure. The trick that I have now, I did the perspective editing on this. I think it might have made more. Hold on. It would have made more sense to do it in perspective effects after I did this. Oh, we'll do the. Hold on. Let me just. Let me show you the trick, and hopefully it'll work. Because I don't want to have to do the perspective editing again. But here's the trick that I use. Okay, create 2 virtual copies. There's the first one. There's the second one. Right. This one, as you can see, is at normal exposure. This is this has all the setting, so this has all those things applied. But this is the first one. This I'm going to underexpose by 1. Right? Then, second copy here, I'm gonna overexpose by 1. Right? Now, next thing I'll do, I'll select all 3, and then, it's up here, export to application, right? Or HDR. And we'll create the brackets. One is underexposed by 1 stop, one is overexposed by 1 stop. And like the reason why I do it this way is because I just don't have the time to, when I'm taking photos, to do the 3 stops, 5 stops, or the 3 brackets, 5 brackets, 7 brackets, like that. Whether, like, I know there's a camera setting in there as well, but I think I don't know exactly how it works. Don't know if you still have to take one image and then another and then another. Anyway, I haven't used that, but also I haven't like, also I don't have the time to take different brackets like that. So this is what I do. I create the virtual copies, and I hope that exporting to our HDR now. Oh, it is. Okay, there it is. I was wondering, is it doing it? And then I see the bar at the bottom. Here it is, creating those virtual copies. Well, they'll save it as um, TIFFs, and okay, there we go. It is saving those virtual copies as TIFFs so that it goes into our HDR. Okay, so here it is. Then alignment. We don't have to do chromatic aberration removal because that's already been done. Okay. Okay, we'll do ghost reduction, and we'll create the HDR from it. So yeah, as you can see, you can create virtual copies, create brackets from those virtual copies, and then load it into Aurora HDR. And now there are other HDR softwares. I think the latest that Skylum ever made for Aurora HDR was the 2019 edition. There are others that I know of. I don't know if they're as good as Aurora HDR. I haven't tried it. I haven't tried those other ones. Uh, it takes a while to load it here. Um, that's the only thing. It's not like, quick like that. It does take some time. Um, all right, so here it is. So there's the scene, right? And let me just check to see. I don't think any dust spots are needing to be removed. I don't see any. Okay, so here, as you can see, you can also use the command 0. That's universal. So now the white balance, we'll do daylight, right? And we'll increase the exposure a little bit here, and the contrast a little bit. Now here's the first slider that's, at least in this software, that gets you to HDR. HDR enhanced. You see when you put it all the way up, like that, we'll put it up to here. There's the smart tone. And then highlights, we'll put it down a little bit here. Shadows. Then the whites will brighten up a bit. Down the blacks a little bit here. Okay, and then a little extra saturation, extra vibrance, some color contrast here. Now here's the next part of HDR editing. Right, the next part of HDR editing is this HDR structure, at least in this software. Like I said, every software might be a little different, or maybe very different, but anyway, with the Aurora HDR, this is how it is. Next part is HDR structure. Go all the way, like that. Go all the way, it looks like that. We're not going to go all the way, we'll do that. A little bit of that, and then we can boost it a little bit more. And this microstructure, again, go all the way. We don't have to, and we can do that. And I don't, yeah, actually, I don't see any need for the denoise because the sky looks pretty good there. Now there is this image radiance slider. This is what happens when you go all the way. We don't have to go all the way there. We can just do that. Okay. The shadows. That, and then do the vividness here, or get away a little bit. This is like your brilliance warmth slider. And this is how it looked before. This is how it looks now. And if we cool it off, that's what it looks like. If we warm it up, we're gonna warm it up. Then this polarizing filter, it's more for the sky. Like this is how it looks when it's all the way up. We don't have to do that. We'll just do it there. And as you can see, this thing is already glowing. So that's really nice. And this is another part of the HDR editing. This HDR details boost, go that way, like that. You go that way, looks like that. Same thing here. Go one way or another. Same thing here. I'm gonna really do that. And again, the reason why I'm doing that is because the buildings. Now the glow. Yeah, that won't really work in the daytime. Like, it could work with that at nighttime, but the top and bottom lighting, this is just basically a graduated neutral density. Let's see, we'll just increase a little bit at the top. Okay. Oh, we don't have to. Oh, that's the vibrant slider. Yeah, so if we do that, as you can see, it's looks like we'll take away some of it. We'll a little bit of it, so that we cool it off if we want. We'll cool it off a little bit. At the bottom, uh, just a little bit darker. That. Now the vibrance. Yeah, we'll make it a little bit extra vibrant because of these things here. And we'll warm it up a little bit because it's in the sunlight. Color toning, that's really going to be more helpful when it's a sunset picture. But yeah, that's pretty much how HDR editing goes. So I'll export this. There. Okay. I'll export it as a JPEG here because I already checked for the dust spots. I didn't see any of those. And yeah, here you go. So that's how HDR editing works. I know I said I probably wouldn't use Aurora HDR, but yeah, I think I also said that we'll see how it goes. I'm going through and maybe I'll find something I can show you HDR editing. And it turns out I found one that I can show you HDR editing with. So, here, just let me just edit the name. So this is more for me than anything else. When I'm going through, because when I post images, I like to know if I did the HDR edit or not, and then if I don't. Yeah. So okay, we'll now I'll do this one. Just the next one. This is the zoomed in shot of the previous one, and this we don't need to do any perspective editing. Okay. But yeah, that's how you do HDR. That's and I showed you, like I explained one of the tricks that people use when they're doing that. And I showed you the trick that I use for HDR editing. Okay, let's be a little more straight. Okay, and we'll get more. Okay. All right. So now, okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna expose it a little bit, and on the highlights, those will bring up. Bring up some shit. Hey, Notley, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in, and thanks for the hype. Hope your evening is going well. Okay, okay, I appreciate the lurk. I hope your game is going well. Right, and then with the blacks, we can bring those up a little bit. Might have to do a local adjustment there. Alright, so, a little extra contrast there. Yeah. As you can see, with street photography, compared to nature photography, contrast doesn't have to be as high. Hold on. Let me just see. let me see if... Okay. Let's try and get that a little more... Let's see if we can get that a little more straight. Before I continue on. Yeah, that looks good. So, yeah, and as you can see, with street photography, you don't have to have as much contrast. Key thing is trying to get the detail from the buildings. With nature, you want to try and add a little extra contrast and a little extra saturation. And even with event photography, again, contrast, vibrancy, saturation, you want to try and keep it a little low. I think we'll do a local adjustment here. And do that. And then here's the exposure. We'll try just exposure a little bit here. Like that. And okay, there we go. That looks nice. And we'll try and get, okay, well, the Nick collection here, FX Pro here. And again, we're just going to try and get the detail extracted, and that's important in street photography, especially because, like with the buildings, there's sandstone, brick. Actually, there's a lot of sandstone and brick buildings in this, as you can see here. So you want to try and get the detail out of it as best as you can. And somebody had asked me about how you can get into photography. It's not really a simple answer about how you can get into photography. The key is a camera, but like I mean, how I started taking pictures was really with my dad's old film camera. I think it was a 35mm film camera. And I learned that. And I also had my own Michelangelo 110mm film camera. I still have that one. And also at the Calgary Transit Christmas party, my age group at that time, I got a Vividtech 110mm film camera. I never used that one. And then growing up, mostly I'd used. I only used, I think, once or twice my Michelangelo, and when I say Michelangelo, I mean the Ninja Turtle Michelangelo film camera, 110mm. Like I'd use my dad's, and then like when me and my brother had gotten uh, like 15 years ago, I think, for our parents' anniversary, we got them a digital camera, like one of those point and shoot digital cameras, uh, and like when I was doing volunteering for the Smiley Soccer League, and I needed a camera, my dad let me use that one. So, um, yeah, that one I used. Some people will take courses. Some people will just take the camera and learn, which is what I did. Then in terms of my first DSLR, it was a Nikon D3100. That one I needed when I was doing freelance journalism, and as I've mentioned, the journalism didn't work out. So, but it was collecting dust, and I thought, you know what, I may as well use it. So, I mean, some people take photography courses, and some people will get either just a point and shoot camera or an entry level DSLR camera, or I don't know what the mirrorless ones are. But yeah, the key is having a camera and then just taking photos and then getting software. Like in terms of software that you can use, uh, as you see, I use a lot of different software. Nick Collection definitely you want to get just because of the tools that they have. Then so here's what happens if we go all the way with the detail extractor. Don't need to go that high. We can go there. Contrast. Oh, nope, not too much there. And there. You know, in terms of saturation, yeah, we don't want to take away all the saturation. I think we can add a little more. Yeah. And I think what I'll do is I'll add a, I don't think a graduated neutral density is needed here. But, yeah, definitely a sunlight filter that might help enhance the image a bit. But yeah, because then with the editing the software, like, or not with editing the software, editing the photos, Apple was, like one of the settings I'd used on my D3100, didn't quite, or not one of the images, was a number. Like this one time we went to Penticton and it came out a little too dark, and it's like, I gotta edit this. So that's then how I started looking at editing software, and then of course with the editing software, I just looked up YouTube videos about some of the basic ideas of editing software, and then I developed my own way of using it. Um, but if you're okay with paying the subscription for Adobe software, then you can use that. If you're not, Affinity Photo is like as I mentioned, $70 Canadian. When it goes on sale, it's usually 50% off. So, and of course, there's Nick Collection and On One Photo Raw, the EXO Photo Lab. Those are very excellent alternatives. Some people use something called Capture One Pro. So, it's really it's really the software that you're most comfortable learning and using. Then it's just a matter of yeah, it's just a matter of learning, like learning how to use it, like the sliders and all that, and and kind of developing your own preference for how you want the photos to turn out after editing. Right. So, um, I think yeah, that's good with that. I don't think I graduated in neutral density. Let's see how that brilliant. Remember, yeah, I almost forgot myself to do the add filter there. So I saturate a little more, I think, a little bit. Warm it up a little. What happens when I cool it off? No, we'll warm it up a little more here. We'll do some we'll do some perceptual saturation. Okay. I don't think there's anything with that detail extractor. Let's see what happens when we turn it down. Okay. Well, I do want to bring out a lot of detail. Um, uh, really, because it was at 26. Um, okay, you know what? This is where control points come in handy. Okay, you see, remember those control points? Oh, I was talking about. The remember, how do I copy them? How do I copy the control point? Okay. Oh, okay. Wait. I don't remember how I. Remember those control points I had talked about? So this is also used in Nick Collection here. I think Nick Collection is actually how the control points started getting used now. I'm trying to remember how to copy it. Oh, okay. So you press Option key on if you're on a Mac. I don't know what you would press on Windows. I do know on a Mac it's the Option key. Okay, so we'll put one over there, and another control point over there. And another one up there. Another one down here. Okay. And uh, this one I want to a little smaller so that way it's just covering that. And then this one, yeah. Oh man, how do you remember how? No, we want it all there. Oh, okay. You see, that's how you know it's covering what you need it to. Um, Actually, what I'll do is oh, or wanted to cover that, and then I'll try and get one to cover here. Get another one to cover up there, but I'm gonna try and the size of it so it covers that. And now let's see how it looks. Yeah, that still looks a lot better compared to before. And as you can see, the detail. We don't want it to be that crunchy, but yeah, we can do that. So you see, that's where control points really come in handy. Definitely, that's where control points come in handy there, as you can see. Because now, we're able to get what I wanted to become all detailed, and what I didn't, which is the sky, it isn't all detailed. So, save that. Right, and then we'll go on to the next image. As you can see, that's how you can really use control points in what is it, color effects, like any of the DxO software. Actually, the Nick collection is very interesting. The history of it used to be its own company, and the company got bought over by Google. Then Google didn't really do anything with the software, and just gave it away for free, but didn't offer updates or anything. Then Google decided they would dump it, and DxO came to and a lot of photographers who were using it, like I hadn't used it until um around late 2019, early 2020, because I was using Skyloom software. I mean, my experience with Skyloom software, um, it's mixed. I'll just say that. Anyway, but there were a lot of photographers who were using the Nick collection. They were not happy that Google's going to just dump it and all that. And so DxO came in and they bought over the Nick collection software, and now they update it and provide updates, but you also have to pay for it. So, you know, my the Nick collection version that I have is 3. Um, uh, and I think they're at 4 now. But yeah, I didn't upgrade to 4 because I mean, I'm happy with the Nick Collection 3, and besides, it allowed me to get the full version of DxO Photo Lab. So there's 2 versions. There's um, called Standard and then Elite. And because I got a deal with the Elite version of like originally I bought Standard, but I was gonna upgrade to Elite had once I was able to get the money for it, and I was able to get the money for it. And then what happened was Nick Collection 3, there was a steal, I forget what the price was, but get Nick Collection 3 and Photolab Elite for a really good price, so I took advantage of that deal. Okay, so here's the next one, and as you saw, this is one of those displays there. And again, uh, with the because they fenced it off, this was the best I could. Was the best one I could get. You can see there was some chromatic aberration, some fringing there, so I will use this one. I don't know if any detail is really needed. Uh, Because it's pretty good as is. Let me just see if we can get them more. There it is. And what we'll do is we'll see if haze removal works. Oh yeah, you can really see it start to glow there with the haze removal gone. And so we'll do this. Okay, and we'll try daylight. Okay, yeah, that'll work. And we'll do a little exposure compensation here. about the highlights. Okay, we'll turn down the highlights, but yeah, you can already see a little bit of the glow showing there. Right, so the shadows, no, we'll turn down the shadows. The blacks. Down the blacks a bit. Right? Compare the original. And as you can see, the glow is enhanced there. Right? So a little extra contrast. And that, and then let's see here. Here's a little extra vibrancy. Add a little extra saturation. I don't think anything else needs to really be done because I mean there's not too much detail that can be extracted from that. So export to disk. Export that. And so, yeah, a detail I forgot to mention about the DSLR was like my first DSLR when I had gotten it was that like I was told that you need your own camera for freelance journalism. So yeah, yeah, it really was great because, but you know, getting that camera was great because it allowed me to and get into photography. Then, even though the journalism didn't work out, it allowed me to get into photography. Um, so there it is. So I'll move on to the next one. Yeah, and as you can see, and remember I was saying that this display in a line. Hold on, let me just see. I took the. Oh, there it is. You'll see later on. It's in this picture here. The this line of displays. I was wondering where it went, but it's there. Okay, so we'll just put that into the daylight there. Oh, it shows up when it says shade. Hmm. Looks a little too warm, so I think I'll do daylight there. That. Okay. Oh, actually, yeah, the haze removal doesn't really work well there. Um, I think we'll need to do the horizon there. We will need to do the more here. Okay, so we'll increase the exposure a little bit. And yeah, we'll want to, and that's why you can already see that the haze removal wasn't necessary because you can already see the glow show up here in this display. Do that with the midtones. We'll darken the shadows a little bit. Then we'll do that with the blacks. We'll do that with the contrast here. Oh yeah, there was some fringing there that, yeah. I was wondering if maybe I should have done this in on one photo roll, but there definitely was some fringing there. A little extra vibrancy. Now, that's if we saturate it. Okay, so there. So we'll have to saturate a little more. There's the original. See, oh wow, you can actually see the glow nicely there, and actually, I don't think really do much else. What do I mean? There's not much other detail enhancement we can do, so we'll just export that, then move on to the next one. Right. Let's wait for that to finish exporting there. Right. Oh, okay. It's done exporting. Okay, so now we have this display here. What happens? I don't know. Maybe. Let's see how it looks when it's shade. Now that looks a little too warm, so we'll just do daylight there, and do those other things here. Don't really need to do any horizon stuff there. Okay, so we'll a little bit there, and we'll turn down the highlights a bit. Oh, and there's some more glow, as you can tell. And then we'll do the midtones here. Shadows. We'll turn down the shadows and turn down the blacks there. Then take away the contrast there. So we'll add a little vibrancy to that, a little saturation. Let's check to see if I remember more. Okay. And yeah, I think anything else really think anything else needs to be done to this. Well, maybe just compare it to that one. That was um because those have been brightened up quite a bit there, and yeah. Okay, so oh, we're not. All right, so let's export that and move on to the next one. Right, so oh, and this time I guess I checked. I made sure I didn't actually press that button on the front. What was it? FN button or the whatever? I guess there's this button on the front of these DSLR cameras, and maybe also mirrorless. I'm not sure. I've never used a mirrorless camera, so I'm not gonna say. But like what happened was back in October I had done the last photo editing stream like when I was taking the pictures for that ended up being for that photo editing stream. But what happened was I didn't realize I actually pressed this button on the front, and it ended up reducing the resolution. And I was wondering why it was showing 1.3 times and all that, and then I find out. So I made sure I didn't actually press the button on the front there. That would end up lowering the resolution and cause it to be what 4,000 by 2,000 or 3,600 by 2,800 or whatever it was. So yeah, I was very careful not to let that happen. All right, so and yeah, this is the yeah. There's two more, and you'll see how these things were lined up for this particular display. Like I took a picture of each individual one, and then and then I took a picture of them all lined up. Yeah, that actually enhances the glow. So we'll do that, and right. So we'll brighten it up a bit, like that. And for the highlights, so the glow get enhanced there. Okay, we'll do that with the midtones, that with the shadows, and that with the blacks there. Okay, and yeah, the contrast. Yeah, we want the contrast, and that, and yeah, we'll want this to be a little extra saturated. Okay, then also want to on the more, and again, don't think any extra detail is really needed here. So don't, yeah, don't think any extra detail is needed here. So you don't have to really extract a ton of detail from this thing here. Right, so just for that to export, and then we'll move on to the final part of this display, and then and then the image of all these little blocks lined up, like so you can see how they got lined up. Okay, so here's this final part of that display, and okay, yeah, and as you can see, it's another one that this is, I think, the thinnest out of all of them, maybe, or maybe it's the it's just like that one there. But yeah, this I thought was really cool. Like I said, it would have been that enhance the glow. Um, enhance the glow. That's the question. Oh yeah, that does enhance the glow. Okay, all right. And okay, so daylight here, and exposure a bit, right? And then on the highlights like that, midtones there, the shadows we can decrease. So blacks we can decrease here, right? And then a little bit of contrast here, and add a little contrast, a little micro contrast there, and the vibrant in that, and we turn on the more removal. Well, not turn on the more, but turn on the more removal there. Did I remember to do that here? Otherwise, I'll have to export that again. Oh, okay, I did. Yeah, sometimes when you're going through these photos, uh, want to move on to the next one, then you don't realize that, oh, wait, did I remember this? And then you have to go back and check. Again, I don't think there's any real detail enhancement that needs to be done here, so we'll export that to disk. And the next one will be all these, like this whole thing all lined up so you see what the whole display looks like. Okay, so, okay, so, oh, okay, it's exported. Okay, so here's what the whole thing looks like, lined up. Yeah, it looks like that. That was the best I could do with this image. Yeah, because yeah, just with how spread out everything was. Yeah, this was the best I could get with all of these things lined up like that. But as you can see, this is what the whole thing is supposed to look like. So let's see do the okay, yeah, definitely we'll do the haze removal there. That really enhances it. And oh, hey, was there a horizon correction that was needed? I might have accidentally turned it on. Okay, let's just see how it looks. No, definitely it's better this way. So we won't do the horizon correction, but we will do the more removal there. Okay, so we'll do that with the exposure. Then with the highlights, we'll go decrease like that. That with the midtones. And turn on the shadows a bit. And do that. The contrast we'll do a little bit here. A little bit here. And then here we'll probably want to, again, do a little extra vibrancy and saturation. I don't think, should we add detail to it by sending it over into, what is it, Color Effects Pro. Not sure. I think we got all the detail we can out of these. Yeah, I think I got everything I can out of these in terms of the detail. I don't think there's a lot of other detail I can get out of it. We'll export that and then on to the next one and anyway we'll finish exporting, then I'll then we'll move on to the next one. And this next display was a pretty cool looking one. That it was a, yeah, you see, as you can tell, it's a bear. And again, fenced off. Don't know if it's fenced off all day or just in the daytime, and the evening it is not fenced. But yeah, as you can tell, it's a bear, and uh, yeah, it was really nice. Now, know that there was some glowing when I had gone to Brookfield Plaza or to the this where these displays were. I don't. Doesn't look like it was glowing at this point, but yeah, definitely it looked cool, and I was able to I was able to get a nice proper photo because people were standing in front of it taking photos at the left, and yeah, so yeah, and as I mentioned, there was another one off to the side there, but it was all tarped off, so I don't know what happened. It was tarped off, so I couldn't get that picture. But yeah, this is a really cool looking bear. And it would have been great if there were some ice sculptures there. Because 2 years ago, being able to take those pictures of the ice sculptures, it was so cool to see the ice sculptures. Oh, no. Actually, no, that is straight. Yeah, that is definitely straight. So, yeah, this one because what it looked compared to the I scrolled on that when I was trying to scroll down here. Uh, yeah, I think this will add some detail to it. Oh, we want the contrast. Alright, so here's the exposure. I'm sure there might be some hidden details with this bear here. And so now if we increase the highlights, if we decrease the highlights, increase some, it doesn't cause it to glow. Oh, decreasing them, you can start to see some glow showing. Oh, that's really cool. Okay, so we'll increase the midtones there. we'll lower the shadows there. So we'll do that there. Okay, and then we'll add a little bit of contrast here. Right, and then add a little bit of vibrancy and saturation there. And yeah, we'll send this one into Color Effects Pro to see if we can do something to increase the amount of detail in there. Yeah, it does take a little bit of time for everything to load up in there. But with this MacBook, it's a 2012 MacBook Pro, and it upgraded to 16 gigs of RAM and SSD. And now imagine when it had 4 gigs of RAM and HDD. Like this was before I got all this software. I was using basically Skyloom software, but still, imagine how slow it was compared to how it is now. I mean, getting the extra RAM and the SSD made this so much faster. Okay, so we'll get. I think that'll work. Do that much contrast. And add a little saturation. Yeah, you can see a little bit of the glow now. Hold on. I'm curious. I'm just curious about this with the glow. Oh, no, that doesn't do anything. And actually, the perceptual saturation does add to the glow a little bit. You can see a little bit more of the glow. Oh, we got a follow! Jaxie YT, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. And welcome in. Hope your day is going well. Alright, so yeah, definitely the perceptual saturation worked out nicely because you can see a little more of the glow here. Oh, challenge, yeah, I don't know, yeah, I think I'll pass on that challenge because, yeah, I wouldn't be able to do the push-ups, especially not, yeah, I'll pass on that challenge. Right, so, yeah, I think that's good for, the editing of this image. And also, you'll see very shortly. Right, so we'll do that. Yeah, I'll pass on the challenge because photos do take a while to edit, and yeah. Also, yeah, with the push-ups, yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it. Alright, so we'll save that so we don't lose any of the edits. Alright, so, and when I went back there, I decided to take another picture of that. Yeah, I think I'll pass on it, yeah, with the push-ups and, yeah, 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 I wouldn't be able to do it, so I'll just pass on that challenge. Yeah, so anyway, when I went back to where they had the bear and the dragon, as you see, I took another picture of the dragon. As you can see, they put a double fence. They put this first fence around it, and then they put this fence around it, and I guess they did that to prevent people from uh, they, to prevent people from like trying to climb over and then over and do some whatever it is that they wanted to do. But anyway, as you can see, this is another angle, and you, oh, can't really see it, but there was a purple light over here, and that's what, and the way it was, yeah, it didn't really make it. It would have kind of been a little bit distracting with the purple light coming from there. But yeah, again, you can see the glowing here. All right, so we'll see how it looks with. Yeah, that'll the haze removal will be nice, and we'll also. Oh, I thought initially a perspective edit would be needed, but yeah, so get rid of that more. But I look when I see that the horizon seems to have worked out pretty well. I don't think a perspective edit is actually needed. Yeah, this will be okay. Okay, now we'll go daylight for that. Okay, so we'll increase the exposure just a bit. Then turn on the highlights. And turn on the highlights, it really makes that whatever's glowing in the picture even better. And we'll increase the midtones there. See what happens when we... Okay, yeah, decreasing the shadows is a good idea here. And then let's see here. And the blacks. I think this will be okay. We'll definitely have to do some detail enhancement. Oh yeah, we'll probably want to increase a little bit of the contrast here. Definitely a little bit of the vibrancy, a little bit of saturation there. And yeah, we don't need to do the perspective editing now. Uh, then so we'll go into Color Effects Pro now. And we'll enhance the details. And oh, it looks like we'll be going to the Olympic Plaza portion of when I was in downtown Calgary. Yeah, so we're so after I finish up with this photo with for sure detail enhancement, we'll see what else we can do with it. Probably not a whole lot, but we'll see. We'll see what else can be done. Oh, you can already see that the glow in that is really enhanced there. And right, so let's see how the detail enhancer works. You know, or the detail extractor. Yeah, okay, so we'll do a little extra contrast. Want it to be a little bit more. We'll see how brilliance warmth works. And like I said, when you're doing something in any of these in Color Effects Pro, I should say, I don't know, yeah, because you saw in Viveza, there wasn't really anything like that, but in Color Effects Pro, you want to click Add Filter before you select a new filter, otherwise you'll lose all your edits. So, no, we don't want to take away the saturation. Okay, warm it up a little bit, and then a little more perceptual. Yeah, okay. Uh, your video, what's the, like, is it a link? Because, yeah, I don't allow links to be posted to my chat unless you're a subscriber or up. Okay, 039. Yeah, yeah, because the reason is because the big falls, then people were just randomly dropping links, so just like that, and yeah, that's why I did that. Then that yeah, yeah, the link subscriber and up can drop links. Right, so now that that's saved, now we're going to the Olympic Plaza portion of when I was downtown, and this is one of the displays you can see. Looks like these might be glowing balloons. I'm not sure, but yeah, there's this balloon stand over there, and yeah, yeah, I just thought that it was a cool display to show. Definitely, we're gonna have to do some perspective editing on this, and I believe that there was some fringing. Yep, there it is. I can see the fringing. So, all right, turn on that. Okay, we'll turn that on. Yep, that definitely works. The contrast there works. Yeah, I don't think Horizon. Well, maybe Horizon. Okay, so we'll turn on the more one. Let's see if we can do something about the Horizon. Yeah, this might need to be straightened. We'll do the perspective editing first, and let's reset that. And we want to do that way. Okay, and then right. And let's see what happens when we go that way. Nope, that's not the way I want it. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Okay, there we go. And is there a way? Let me just see if, oh, not that way. Let's see if I can, oh, no, we had to do it there. Okay. Guess there's no way to shift it. Yeah, hopefully there's a way to shift it in. Yeah, there, and in case for those of you who are wondering what these ones are, this is like, the point, these, I forget what exactly they're called, but you put, you use a loop or something like that, and then put these points in four corners, and then it tries to adjust it that way. Yeah, so, yeah, as you can see, not sure if the balloons glow or not, but yeah, it was just there. Okay, okay, no, let's just see. Um, yeah, that'll work. Actually looks kind of nice. Right, so we'll get into the other edit, so we'll increase exposure a little bit. Then, okay, we'll turn down the highlights. Ooh, oh, wait, any dust spots here? Yeah, I don't see any dust spots here. Doesn't look like there are any that are fully visible, from what I can tell. Right, so, yeah, it doesn't look like there are any dust spots that are clearly visible, so won't worry about that, but we'll increase the midtones. And this one was a little tough to get a picture of because this was a very popular display over there. So, and when I saw that how many people were there, I there quickly before somebody else came, so in that way I could get the picture of it. Um, so blacks, yeah, okay, there we go, and let's a little contrast to it. too much. And some vibrancy. That's some saturation. And hold on, let's just check to see if it's straight. Yeah, it's straight, so don't really have to. Well, let's just see how that horizon. Let's see if the horizon. Oh, no, 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 no. Want it to be that way. Alright, so before I send it off, yeah, okay, that looks good. So now we'll send it off to Color Effects Pro, and if you're wondering why I don't use perspective effects, it's because like both in this software and also in On1 Photo Raw, or it already has, well, at least with this software, like a long time ago, I'd also gotten DxO Viewpoint, and that is a DxO specific plugin that connects to DxO Photo Lab, so I can do perspective editing in DxO Photo Lab using Viewpoint. Then also On1 Photo Raw, that also has its own perspective editing, so yeah, that's the reason I don't use perspective effects. I mean, for those who don't use uh, these software, I don't know if Lightroom has perspective editing, but for those who, um, so we didn't need that much detail, so do a little bit of contrast. We don't want to do too much saturation. We need to do just a little bit. Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, like I do know that, like I do believe that perspective editing is really important for those that have photo editing software that doesn't allow for perspective editing. Then get into perspective effects is very useful. But we're gonna be setting your, like, if you don't have like software that allows for where, like, if you don't, if you have software where you have to save and then load into another one, when you're editing photos, be sure to save the file as a TIFF until you're done editing, or export as a TIFF until you're done editing. Then once you're happy with the final result, then export it to JPEG. As I've mentioned before, JPEG is lossy, so every time you open it, edit it, and all that, you lose detail each time. Whereas with the TIFF file, that's lossless, and you don't have to worry about. It's just okay. We don't want too much saturation, so we'll warm it up a little bit more. And that's lossless, so that means every time you open it up, all the detail will be there, and you can edit it as many times as you want. So, oh, yeah, that turns yellow balloons orange, so we'll do a little bit of that, right? Okay, so we'll save that. And actually, even when I was taking the picture, there were a couple of people that were there, so I had to wait until they were out of the frame before I could take the picture here. But you saw a perfect example of what I was talking about, where effective editing for displays or signs or something like that. Yeah, sometimes it's needed because you saw how it was a little off uh, off to one side and kind of leaning. Oh, Progistic, hey, how are you doing? Uh, hey, it's been a while. Yeah, it's great to have you here. Yeah, it's nice to see you too. So before I move to the next image, oh, wait, is that the one? Oh, well, anyway, okay, so yeah, yeah, it has been a while. Oh, okay, you're still looking around. Okay. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen you stream in a while. Yeah, how have you been? it would be yeah, it'll be nice when you get back to streaming. Okay, so here now I had mentioned to some of you that there were performances that had gone on when yeah uh, when I had gone there. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, definitely. Sometimes jobs do take up a lot of time. Yeah, I know because as you know, I used to work in IT. So yeah, I know how that can be. Uh, and how yeah, you can end up having to work a lot longer during each day than you expected. But it's good to hear that you've been doing really well. Yeah. So, like I said, I mentioned that there were some performances in Olympic Plaza at the stage here, and well, let me just have some water. So I like at the stage here in Olympic Plaza, and that was the only stage that was set up at least during the daytime. I don't know if they set up other stages in the evening, but this was the only stage. And when I had gotten downtown, nobody was performing, so I thought, oh, there's no performances. And then when I got back to Olympic Plaza, as I was just walking around there, there was this band performing. Now, before I could get the lens change, like I said, I wanted to take a picture of this balloon display here. So, yeah, I couldn't really get in time to take the picture of the band that was performing. Like once I got the my 70 to 300 lens set up, and all the other band had just finished, and this poet came up and oh, thank you for the host. I really appreciate it. Yeah, for Jessica, I don't know if you heard, but Twitch changed the whole hosting alert thing. So now, for some reason, host. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, Twitch. Yeah, I changed the hosting alert, so yeah, I have the chatty app up, so that's how I was able to see the host. But yeah, what happened was Twitch changed how the host alerts work. So yeah, for some reason, host alerts don't come unless like I don't know what the some minimum number, which doesn't really make sense. But yeah, this is the poet that was performing after that first band. So I did get a few pictures of the poet that performed. Right, so let's see. Yep, definitely there was a bit of atmospheric haze there. Okay, and that there definitely was some fringing there. So okay, we'll have to also a little bit of but yeah, yeah. So is it? Yeah, I don't know why Twitch made that change for host alerts. That that has to be a minimum number because really a host is a host. It doesn't matter the number. Um, okay, so we'll just straighten up this image, and yeah, this was the closest I could get. I was trying to get a picture of the stage and all that because I thought a band was performing, but being able to get the poet to perform, yeah, I know, yeah, yeah, I know it. I don't know why they did that. And yeah, I know a lot of people like the song that I have, "Olay Olay" by 11:30. Oh, thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. Okay, yeah, thank you for Jessica. Really appreciate the lurk, and thank you again for the host. But yeah, like for those of you who don't know, my host alert is "Olay Olay" by the band by the sister group 11:30. Yeah, thank you again. Yes, and yeah, that was a big hit. I think in 1989. Yeah, so I remember a lot of people that said that they really liked that host alert. So yeah, it's really so. And I remember when it was a couple of weeks ago when got a couple of hosts, and all of a sudden the host alert didn't play. And I thought something was wrong, but it yeah, but it does work. So anyway, we'll do daylight here for the white balance. Let's see if we can turn down the exposure a little bit. Yeah, but a lot of people had said that, like, when they heard the host alert, they really liked it, and yeah, I also really liked it. So let's. Okay, so we'll turn down that for the highlights, and then the midtones, and we'll turn up the shadows, and so we'll turn down the blacks a little bit. Make sure that and but yeah, it was really great being able to get it two performances. You'll see later on that after the poet, there was another band, and actually, I mentioned this to some people that yeah, after the poet performed, there was another band, and yeah, the other band. Uh, I remember they were already all set. Like it took them a while to set up. Yeah, but then they were already into like whatever the music that was being played while the band was setting up. It kept playing and playing and playing and playing, and then I was like, okay, when is the band gonna get ready? But I guess they were waiting till 1 o'clock for the band. The band was ready before that. I guess the band they wanted to start at 1 o'clock sharp. Yeah, so here this is a perfect example of how you don't need a lot of contrast and you don't need a lot of saturation for event photography. Because Blithell Light, thank you for the host. I really appreciate it. Hope your day is going well. And yeah, this is a perfect example of in event photography. You don't need a lot of contrast. You don't need a lot of vibrancy and saturation because let me show you what happens. Let me show you what happens when you turn up the saturation high. See how oversaturated that gets? So yeah, and same thing with vibrancy. Again, look at what happens when it goes high. See how oversaturated it gets? So add a little bit, not too much. When it's especially like for instance, if you're taking a picture at a concert, um, add a little bit of vibrancy and saturation, not too much. Uh, you know what? There might be one or two enhancements, not detail, but a different enhancement that I need to. Not not detail extraction, but another one. And I don't think it's the brilliance warmth. I don't think is the one. It's yeah, the sunlight filter, because as you can see, it's it was that's when the sun really started to shine there, and yeah. Here's a fun fact about Olympic Plaza. It was this is where a lot of celebrations happen. Like when the Flames made it to the 2004 Stanley Cup final, their celebration was held here. Um, okay, so see, uh, maybe the sunlight filter. Okay, maybe we don't really need anything here. Yeah, I think that was good as is. Just that. I think this is good as is. Then so we'll export that. And yeah, I got a few photos here, and Okay, so we'll delete that TIFF file because yeah, we don't. I thought I would need it, but it turns out I didn't. So we'll just delete that TIFF file. I thought, well, it doesn't hurt to try that, and yeah. You know what? I'm gonna see after this exports to see what after this exports. I'm gonna see when on one photo raw. Okay, so we'll head to on one photo raw, and we'll go into this one. That's the next one in there, uh, and we'll see. And we'll see if there's a lot of fringing, and there is, then we'll just go back into DxO Photo Lab. Let me see here. Let me just see if there's any. Okay, we'll just move that. If there's any fringing. All right, so we'll see if there's any fringing here, and if there is, and the fringing that I'm talking about is the chromatic aberration. Really doesn't seem like there is anything like that. I'll just zoom in a bit. Um, Hold on. Let me just check it in here before I do anything. Because, well, not the same. There's not really anything here, and okay, alright, so, okay, so we'll do the edit in this software, because I don't think there's any fringing here. On this one ended up straight, so we don't have to really, so we'll do the lens correction, get rid of whatever purple fringing we need to, get rid of the green fringing. Right, so and this one ended up straight, so we don't have to do that adjustment there to straighten it out. And yeah, so we'll turn down the exposure a little bit. We will yeah, we don't really need to do too much contrast there. Okay, so we'll turn on the highlights there. The midtones will turn up. The shadows will that up. Okay, we'll turn on those whites. Turn on the blacks. You know what? Just turn on the shadows a little more. And yeah, that looks good. We don't, yeah, we'll just, okay, wait. Let's just see. Yeah, do that. And yeah, as you can see, that definitely gets rid of the atmospheric haze. You can still get the haze, the haze in there, even if you're, it was daylight, yeah, so that'll be fine. See what happens when we add a little. Okay, so we'll do a little saturation there, and a little bit of vibrance there. Not too. Actually, okay. Is a little. Let's see. Last shot is like that. Light is like that. Okay, we'll keep it like that. Okay, so see what kind of effects we can put in here. Don't really need to add any detail. Sunshine, maybe? We'll do the natural one. Natural look. And just a little bit of glow, not too much. Then we'll add a little extra saturation, not too much. Well, actually, what happens? Add a little bit, not too much. Okay. Then we'll do a little bit of warmth there. See what happens. Okay. Yeah, so we can do that. Okay, and then let's see what other filters we can use. Now that photo filter makes more sense when want to in a sunset, as you can see in that preview there. So is there? I don't really need the color enhancer. I don't really need the sharpening. Need that. Actually, I think this is good. So we'll export it, and we'll export. Alright, so we'll move on to the next image now. That's done exporting. And okay, so we'll do that, and okay, so we'll just wait for it to load. And in case you're wondering why I'm not worrying about dust spots, like I said, when it comes down to a lot of objects, yeah, you don't really have too many dust spots there. Let's just get rid of some purple and green fringing here, which is that chromatic aberration. Right, and let's see here, we'll reduce the exposure a bit, and really need to have any contrast there. Okay, turn on the highlights and the midtones here, and the shadow. Yeah, we'll have to increase the shadows a little bit. The whites, yeah, we'll turn down the whites a little bit. The blacks, will turn that down, and a little bit with the haze here. Okay, and then how does it look with that? Daylight. That. Daylight. That. Daylight. Yeah, we'll just do the daylight there. Again, not a whole lot of saturation. Just a little bit, not too much. Same thing with the vibrance, not too much. Then the only thing that we have to add is a sunshine filter here. And more natural look. And we don't want it to go too much. So we'll turn it down a little bit. Warm it up a little bit. And do a little desaturation there, and I think that's it. We'll export that. Okay, so we'll move on to the next one, and I do have the film strip here as well. I never thought about. Okay, so I never really thought like it was or it was enabled, and then I disabled it. And this is the last photo that I had gotten of the poet. Okay, so yeah, this one might need a little bit of this one probably was level. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So this one, you know what? There's an easier way to do this. Let's do it like that. hold on. Let's just reset that. And there. So we'll apply that. And yeah, we don't really need to do any transform effects. Maybe a little bit of removal of the fringing. But yeah, unlike so, now we'll oh no, not the details. We want tone and color. All right, so we will because the reason why I keep reducing the exposure is, as you can see, increasing it even just a little bit makes it, because of the bright sunlight, makes it a little too bright. Okay, so a little bit of, not too much contrast, just a little bit. Okay, oh, not, we don't need to go to the midtones. Oh, here's the highlights. Okay, so turn them down. Highlights, midtones here, shadows here. Oh, so the shadows a little bit. Yeah, the whites will turn down, and the blacks, yeah, also need to be turned down a little bit. Right, so then we don't need any structure, but we'll do a little bit of haze removal. Difference. Okay, yeah, we'll do that, and then, like I said, not too much saturation, not too much vibrance. I already showed you what happens when, like, with event photos, what happens when you, especially if there's like performances and concerts, what happens if you, saturation vibrance too high? You saw how oversaturated it becomes. Then, the sunshine filter, make sure that, a little bit of glow, but it's not so. Because this is what happens when you put it too high. It's just not too strong. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. We'll cool it off a little bit, or should we warm it up? Okay, and just a touch saturation, not too much. And yeah, we'll export that. All right, so we will. Okay, so that's exported now, and uh, we'll go here, and we'll move on to this next one. And this is only a street performer that was. Let me just check to see if there was any chromatic aberration there before I get on with editing the photo. Now this was the only street performer that was there when I was there. So let's check. Yeah, it doesn't look. Well, maybe it doesn't look like there was any chromatic aberration. All right, so as I was saying, this is the only street performer that was there when I was there. I don't know if there are more street performers that are at the Glow Festival. In the at night, but I do know this was the only one during the daytime. So yeah, I was able to get a picture of her performing. Uh, as you can see, she was using hula hoops and doing a lot of different things with the like. She was doing a lot of different things with the hula hoops. But I was able to get a picture of her using that 70 to 300 lens. There was too big of a crowd for me to be able to, like when I switched the lens back to the 17 to 50, there was too big of a crowd for me to be able to get a picture of her using that lens. But anyway, at least I was able to get a couple of pictures of the street performer here. And also her performing with the hula hoops. Let's increase the exposure just a tad. We'll do a little bit of contrast. Turn down the highlights there. We don't have to really increase the details. Increase the wait, what happens if we decrease the, oh, let's increase the shadows a bit. The whites we can turn down a little bit. The blacks, yeah, that will I want to turn down. Yeah, we don't need to do any structure or haze or detail or anything like that, so we'll do a little bit of haze removal. No, yeah, we don't need to do any structure, like there's no details or anything like that, so we'll just do the haze and turn down the haze a little bit. That's daylight, that's a shot. Cloudy, yeah, okay, so we'll do daylight there. And again, just a touch of saturation and just a touch of vibrance. Let me just see what happens when I do a shot. Oh, okay. Yeah, so just and this is also, as I was saying about performances, this also includes people who are performing at the festival, not just on the stage, but also, you know, as they're going about. Don't want to go too high with the saturation and vibrance, just a touch, not too much. And so we'll add the sunshine filter to natural, add a little glow, and we'll actually here we can do a bit stronger, and we'll make it a little warmer. Okay. Take away some of that saturation now. Um, let's see here. Anything else that I don't know if there's anything else that's any. Well, maybe a little bit of clarity. Don't need the detail. Let's see what happens when we. Okay, so compression, I guess, has a lot of detail being added. We don't need that. It's just a touch there, and see, yeah, maybe a little bit of extra clarity. And yeah, I think that's it for that. And yeah, in case you're wondering how, like when it comes on to people performing, whether on stage or out and about, on the street or around the venue or whatever, how do you get those pictures? Now, if they're just standing and posing, yeah, what is it? Single autofocus can work, but otherwise, continuous autofocus is the setting you want to use for um, performances and concerts and like that. And there's the other photo I got. As you can see, uh, you can see uh, doing more with the hoops there. The hula hoops, I should say. Uh, yeah, so we'll just, get rid of the purple fringing. Get rid of the green fringing that might be there. Right, so now increase the exposure a little bit. That might be a little high. Okay, and add a little extra contrast. Turn down the highlight. Oh, we wanted to turn down those highlights. And the midtones, yeah. Oh, okay, we'll turn down the shadows a little bit. Definitely we'll want to turn down those whites. And we'll turn down the blacks, and then also a little bit of the haze, like that. And daylight, yeah, that'll work. And then, like I said, just a little bit of saturation, not too much. A little bit of vibrance, not too much. And, yeah. Now we'll add that sunshine filter. Okay, yeah, this one we can go a little stronger with it. And a little warmer. A little bit of glow. The saturation, we'll do a little desaturation there. And then answer, a little extra compression there. And a little extra clarity there. And we can export that. Alright, so Hold on, let me just check this next one. Uh, okay, so let me check this next one. Yeah, as you can see, this is now Olympic Plaza in the wintertime here. A lot of people go ice skating on it, so they freeze. So what they do is they fill it up with water. Like in the summer, you can walk on it unless there's a performance there or something else going there. But in the winter time, they fill it up with water, freeze it, and allow people to ice skate. So there are people who are skating around. Will be skating around here. Uh, Oh, okay. That's actually how his or that. That's actually the color that was on there. Okay. Yeah. So there definitely was some fringing, I think. Um. There's the fringing. Hmm. Oh, okay. I guess that was the light shining off of it. Okay, so that wasn't fringing there, but let's see here. Let me just see if there's. Wait. Oh, there's. Hold on. I just check. Okay, yeah. So those are the lights just shining on them. Okay. All right. All right. So I think there was a bit of fringing here. I'm not sure. I'm just checking this. I'm trying to decide which software program to use. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we'll use this one. Uh, okay, we'll see if we can straighten this out. Okay, we'll see. There we go. And well, right. So, let's see if this needs to be straightened out a little bit. Okay, I think that's as straight as I can get it. So, yeah, that worked out nicely. And okay, do that. Let's make sure to more. Alright, so we'll choose daylight here. Alright, and we'll do is we'll turn down that exposure. So and you can see now the ice is a little more visible. And we'll turn down the highlights, as you saw going too high. And you saw the ice was not visible at all anymore. So okay, we'll that with the shadows. And I guess you're wondering, this is what happened. Like this is the country band that was performing after that poet, and this is I think the host of the concerts, and he was just introducing the band. I forget the band. I didn't quite catch the band's name, so I don't know what the band's name actually was. Okay, so that. Maybe we can increase the exposure a tad. The band is a little more visible. Now that we have that, yeah, okay, there we go. So the band is a little more visible now. It's not too dark. Okay. And, okay, so do a little contrast there. Not too much of this. I don't think there's much else that, actually, no, I don't think I'll send it into any of the Nick Collection software. Um, I don't think I'll send it into the Nick Collection software. Yeah, I don't think I'll send it into the Nick Collection software because I think that's pretty good as it is. So we'll do the export. And so that's why I was saying with event photos, it's a little different than nature and street and landscapes and that. It's because It's because it's different. Like with nature and street, you can do like there's a lot of things enhancements that you can do. When it comes down to events, it's better to keep it simple, not to go haywire with all the filters and all that. Um, oh, you know what? I'll yeah, not to go too haywire with the filters, all that. Just keep it simple. Don't start bringing so many different filters and all that in ColorFX Pro and all these other types of enhancements because it's better to because you just want to keep it simple when it comes down to events. You don't have to go um, all out with all the filters. So we'll do the horizon here. All right, so and exposure compensation. Do daylight. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll turn down those highlights and the midtones will enhance the shadows. Blacks. Yeah, we'll turn down the blacks a little bit. And exposure will turn down just a tad, not too much. Well, might have been a little too much, just a little bit here. We don't have to go all the way down or very far down. And with contrast, like that. And here, right here. I think that's good. We don't have to do too much to the photo here, right? So while this is exporting, I'll just be right back. I gotta go to the washroom. Okay, everybody, I'm back. Right, so it looks like it's exported. So we'll finish, and we'll do this next photo here. Right, so oh, I forgot to do more there. Okay, that's fine. Right, so okay, so let's do that and oh, okay, there's that one. Right, so we'll do the light here for the adjustment and then the highlights and the midtones here and increase the bring up the shadows and turn down the blacks a little bit there. Okay, and then we'll do here, we'll turn down the exposure just a little bit. Okay, and okay, we'll do the horizon as well. Let's just bring it, let's adjust it a little bit, because, yeah, don't want to, that's one thing you have to remember, that sometimes auto is not the way to go when it comes down to editing photos. It was good to use your eye and see if it'll work out that way. Right, so, I think, yeah, let me just see what happens when I what was it? Sunlight filter and Color Effects Pro. We don't have to use it, but it doesn't hurt to see how it looks. Right, so it does take a while to export into the other application as well. Um, it does take a while to export it into another application, that's for sure. Alright, so let's see how it looks. Alright, let's see here. We'll not the detail. Skylight. Oh, not solarization, sunlight. Okay, this one seems to look a lot better. Let's see how it looks with the skylight. Skylight filter. The sunlight filter. Actually, um, let's see how. Okay, let's see how it looks. Actually, the one that we have in here is okay. So I'll just export that, and then we'll move on to the next one. Right, so okay, we'll delete that one while we're waiting for this to export. This one. Okay, then right, and then let's see here. Oh, okay, it's done. So now we'll go on to the next one, and okay, so what I'll do is I'll do that with more. Oh, I forgot about that. Although it wasn't really necessary on that one, so I forgot about pressing that button. But yeah, it wasn't really necessary. Um, wasn't I forgot to press that button, the purple fringing button. But yeah, it wasn't really necessary with how the chromatic aberration was always being taken out. So, all right, so let's do that. Yep. Okay, so well, that. Yeah, we'll have to do the horizon here. Uh, try and get it a little more straight. Yep. Right. Then what we'll do is we'll turn on the highlights and the midtones here. Then we'll turn up the shadows, and then turn down the blacks a little bit. Okay. Then what we'll do is we'll see, just the exposure just a tad, not too much. Alright, and then just a little bit of contrast here. Right? And just a little bit of vibrancy and saturation, and yeah, that looks good, so we'll export that. Okay, so that's exporting now, and once that's done, we'll move on to the next photo, and I believe the next set of photos is the band performing, and when we're zoomed out, and then when I'm a little more zoomed in. Okay. Oh, okay, so I zoomed in a little more okay, so I thought the band was already performing, but it looks like the host was still talking. Oh, okay, this time it actually got it right, the auto, the auto adjustment there. Right, so we'll do daylight here, then turn down the highlights, and that way, turn off the midtones. Okay, so like the host was still there, and I zoomed in when the host was still there, it looks like, so turn down the blacks a little bit. Okay, let me just see. Let me just see what happens when press that button here. It doesn't do anything. Okay. Anyway, we'll just do the command 0. But anyway, right. So we did that, and now turn down the exposure just a tad there, and okay, we'll increase those, and that just a tad, and then we'll export that. But yeah, it looks like the host was still there introducing the band. As you can see, there's a skater right there in the foreground there. Yeah, that's basically how we can get when Olympic Plaza, where the skaters are there, and then you have this stage set up. Right. Well, I'll just be right back. Right, looks like that picture is done exporting, so we'll move on to the next one. And okay, so the host was still there, and he was talking. And I zoomed in a bit. Okay. And okay, so we'll let me see if this needs to be straightened a bit. Oh, okay, so and again the auto got it right this time. That's actually kind of surprising. Okay, so daylight there. And so we'll do the highlights a little bit with the midtones here. This with the shadows, the blacks. Turn those down a bit. Okay, we'll turn down the exposure a little bit. And I think that's all we need to do to this one. Right, and then okay, so let's wait for that to export. I was yeah, I was a little I was hoping to move on to the next one, but first gotta wait for this one to finish exporting here. Okay, so now, well, oh, here we go. So here's the band performing. And how many pictures did I get of them performing? Looks like I got 8 of them performing. So, yeah. Yeah, this was the country band. I forget their name. Uh, but, yeah, it was really cool being able to get the pictures of the band performing. Okay, this... Oh, no, no, no. We want to do a little... Hold on, let's try and... Oh, no, no, no. Okay, there we go. Alright, so... Do the daylight there. Then... Do is we'll... Down those highlights. We'll do midtones there, shadows there, and turn on the blacks a bit. Okay. And yeah, I think turn down the exposure just a little bit. Yeah, and as I was saying about, because as you can see, sometimes the skaters did get in there, and that you can't really do too much about, especially with the way the stage is. But I did try my best, and right, so again, don't have to do a lot to this. Okay, so yeah, a lot of this is basic editing. You don't have to go crazy with filters and all that. And as you saw when I was just kind of looking at the this film strip here of all the other photos, you saw that there were other photos that were there beyond the concerts, and those were other displays I happened to see when I was taking these pictures, and I realized, hey, wait a minute, there are other displays here. Hey, I'm gonna take those pictures then. Uh, and that's when I had, and then and after I was able to get these pictures, I changed the lens so I could get those pictures of the remaining displays. Okay, okay, so we'll adjust it a little bit so in that way it looks a little more straight. There we go. So, right. Then we'll do that and daylight. Okay, so we will just put the midtones there, the shadows there, and the blacks there, here. Okay, so we'll just do that with the contrast, not too much, and not too much for that. Okay, so we can export that. Alright, so we'll let that export. And okay, so it's right, so that's gonna export. So now that that's done exporting, we'll move on to the next one, and you're a little more zoomed in. No, it's not more zoomed in. Okay, but it was. Okay, so anyway, so Okay, so now we will just turn on all of this. Okay, we'll do that with Horizon. We'll see what. Okay, we'll have to. Oh no! Oh no! And we'll try again. That's better. So that's why I say the auto. Sometimes it doesn't get it right. In fact, many times it doesn't get it right. So best thing to do is allow it to, or allow it to, but make sure that you don't just trust the auto. You also see if any adjustments are needed. So we'll do that with that. Then 0. Oh, not that. Okay, so we'll do that. Okay. And okay, so we'll do that. We'll add very little contrast here because again, don't have to do a lot of contrast. Okay, so and we'll export those to the disk. Right, so alright, so we'll just let it continue. Okay, so it's gonna export. And once it's done exporting, right, so it's done exporting there, and then we'll. What happened here? I don't know what happened there, but anyway, so let's get. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do that, and okay, so we'll just do exposure compensation, the selective tone, review plus. Oh, there we go. I was wondering what happened there. How come it didn't work? And we'll do that. The horizon here. Okay, so let's do that. Okay. Then here. All right. So now we will the daylight there, and then okay, so we'll turn down highlights. We'll turn up the midtones a bit. The shadows, blacks. Okay, we'll do some contrast here. Not too much. Vibrancy. Right in that. And then we'll export that and then we'll let it export. Let me just clear all that stuff that was there. Alright, so I think the next four were zoomed in a little more. And yeah, there I'd show you. Let me just check something with the one of them. Okay. So let me just check this. Okay, so no, it wasn't that one. Oh, okay, so I've been okay, so anyway, we'll oh, well, looks like it straightened out on its own. This time it actually got it right, the auto. Right, so what we do is okay, so what we do is we turn on the highlights there, put the midtones there, shadows there, and turn on the blacks a little bit. Right, so then we can turn on the exposure just a tad, not too much, and just a little bit of extra contrast, not too much. Right, and then a little bit of that, and okay, so a little extra vibrancy, a little extra saturation, and we can export that. Okay, so as you can see, when it comes down to event photos, I mentioned many times, yeah, you don't have to. Oh, Kevin, thank you for the host. I really appreciate it. Hope your night is going well. Right, so yeah, so as I said, with the event photos, uh, you don't have to go too much with the filters and all that. Event photos, you can definitely do it a lot more simple. Okay, so that's done exporting. Let me just check. Was it this one? Uh, oh, it wasn't. Okay, so maybe. Well, okay, so maybe it wasn't images, but anyway, so we'll just do that with the horizon. See if it gets it right or not. Nope, a little bit. But there, that's well, actually. Okay, maybe. Well, let me just see here. So, like I said, with event photos, when it comes down to editing them, you don't have to you don't have to use a lot of filters. Sometimes just the basic edits are enough, and it'll work out fine. Okay, so we'll do that with the highlights, and that with the midtones, that with the shadows. Then we can turn on the blacks a little bit. Oh yeah, we'll probably want to turn on that more. All right, so okay. Then let's see here. Um, Let me just check, and then we can turn on the exposure a little bit. Okay, then that with the contrast, not too much, as you can see. I think with the vibrancy and saturation, not too much. And uh, and okay, so we'll export that to the disk, and okay, so, and now we'll move on to the next one. There's two more that I got from this performance by the country band, and then I changed the lens, and then got the rest of those displays, pictures of the rest of those displays. Alright, so, oh, okay, maybe wasn't these ones, that's what I was checking to see if needed to show you how sharpener, what was it, sharpening effects, or the sharpener software, uh, but that only, as it turns out, it wasn't these ones. Um, yeah, these ended up really sharp. But basically, with those, there's like one for printing and um, um, one for being on the like post or putting it on the internet. And let's see if okay, well that So what does this have? 5. Yeah, I guess that'll work. And yeah, as it turns out, these ended up sharp. So, yeah, but anyway, the sharpener software for the Nik collection that just adds sharpening to photos. So yeah, so if you think you can add a little sharpening to the photos, uh, those are definitely things that you can look at. So we'll turn down the exposure just a little bit, and just a little bit of contrast, not too much, and a little bit of that, and yeah, we can export it. All right, so now yeah, there's we just have to wait for this to finish exporting, and then we can the next photo here. Okay, so yeah, okay, so it was a okay, so it was wasn't okay, so yeah, I won't have to show you that, but I will tell you that that's what that other one does. It that's what those sharpening ones do. Like one is I think for if you want to post onto the internet, and one is for if you want to print the photo, and it's like go the right way that I wanted it to, or maybe it went a little too far because that looks nice and straight. But yeah, and yeah, what it does is it just adds sharpening, and then like I think one like if you want to just print it, then it enhances it so you can print the image, and then if you want to on the internet only, then there's one where you can just do that. So we will turn on the highlights there. We'll turn up the midtones, turn up the shadows a little bit, on the blacks a bit, and turn on the exposure a little bit. Then okay, there's the contrast. Not too much, as you can see. And a little bit of saturation, but not too much. And so we'll do that. We'll do that. Export to the export, okay. Right, so okay, so now we'll move on to the next image, and it looks like we only have 6 more to go. So these are the displays that I saw. Uh, just check to make sure that there are any fringing here that looks like there was. So all right, do is I'll let's go down here. That do some. We'll press that button there. So yeah, this is one of the displays. Not sure that yeah, it doesn't come across as a nice sculpture. So yeah, but across as a nice sculpture. I didn't. Yeah, I don't know if we were even allowed to touch it, but yeah, this is one of the display, another display in Lake Plaza. And this is these are all displays I had seen when I was sitting like close to the ice. There were a bunch of benches set up, so I sat on one of the benches and to rest. And then I was waiting for the performances for the country band to start performing, and then happened to look back, and I saw this display, and then I realized, and then I saw other displays, and I said, "Oh, I need to get a picture of those." So, yeah, we might, yeah, we'll see, we need to do any enhancements. Okay, yeah, this doesn't need a horizon adjustment. So, what we can do here is increase the exposure a bit, turn on the highlights a little bit, do that, turn on the blacks a little bit, then here we can add some contrast, but not a whole lot. Here we can add a little extra vibrancy. We'll send it to Color Effects Pro and see what else there is we can do to it. I don't think that's an ice sculpture though. Doesn't come across as one, and definitely it would have started melting. Right, so let's see here. Yeah, this one we can use the detail enhancer just to get a little extra detail out of it, and okay, so what's the first? Yeah, or the detail extractor. So we'll get a little. You know what? Control points. We'll add one and add it to this. Set it to that thing and let's do the. Okay, we'll just add a little extra detail to that and do some extra contrast, some extra saturation. We'll add a sunlight filter. Yep, definitely that's something we want to add. Okay, that will turn on the brightness a little bit. Do a little extra contrast there. We want to add a little extra saturation to it, and I think that'll work. Yeah, I think that'll work. So, okay, then right. So that'll save. Oh, okay. I guess. Oh, yeah. Has to do this little thing as well. It makes me glad that we or I put in 16 gigs of RAM and an SSD in this. Just imagine how much slower it would have been if it was 4 gigs of RAM and an HDD, because it was um with those Skyline. Well, at the time it was MacFun. It was the MacFun Creative Kit, but yeah, imagine how slow it was at that time. All right, so we'll save that. So in that way. So we'll save that, and then we'll move on to the next one. All right, so uh, we'll go on to this one, and I think this one is another wolf. I'm not 100% sure. Right, so there, and okay, we'll do that, and right, so okay, so what I'll do is I'll use the exposure a bit, turn down the highlights a little bit, midtones, shadows, then okay, well, we can turn down the shadows a bit, and yeah, turn up the A little bit for the blacks. That. Okay. Then we'll put it into Color Effects Pro here. And yeah, 4 more pictures, everybody. Yeah, we're almost done. Right, so yeah, definitely this is definitely waiting for these just to put in to load in other programs sometimes can take some time, but right there. All right, so the detail extractor, set a control point for it. We'll move it to just that. Just the details of it a little bit. Okay, do a little extra contrast. And there's a saturation, then we'll add a filter. We'll add the sunlight filter. Yep. So we don't want it too strong. Yeah, so we'll turn down the brightness a little bit. Do that, and yeah, I think that'll be fine. Okay, we'll save that. Okay. Right, so it's saving the image now. Okay, so it's still saving, and then all right, so we'll save this, and yeah, that's the only thing that yeah, it's annoying. No matter what software it is and what you're doing, in the bar, and you're like, "Come on, hurry up, hurry up." Um, right, so that one's done now, and okay, and let's see, what is that? I think is a deer. Yeah, I think that's a deer. So that we'll probably want to do. Hold on, that go. I think was a little too far. And make sure to more here, right? And as you can see, there is a little bit of glowing there. Um, the selective tone here, okay. Now, okay, so daylight there. Then on the highlights a little bit. On the midtones, shadows. Then the blacks. Then want to exposure just a little bit of the contrast, so not too high. And that, a little extra vibrancy, a little extra saturation there. Then we'll send it into Color Effects Pro. Right, so Then yeah, it'll just have to wait for it to load into Color Effects Pro so we can do the final adjustments there. Okay. And oh, okay, so it's now loading up, and there it is. So starts off with the detail extractor, and okay, let's just see. Okay, we'll just do. Oh, nope, nope. Hold on. Try and get this right, and yeah, there we go. That's what we want, and see here. Okay, so we'll a little extra detail out of it. We'll do that with the contrast. So we'll do that with the saturation there, and we'll do a sunlight filter here. Okay, and on the brightness a bit. Turn on the contrast a little bit, and a little extra saturation. We'll save that. And just wait for it to save now, and guess we'll just wait for it to save now, and and we'll have to wait for the TIFF file to save. Okay, so we'll also save this one here. And it looks like we're almost at the. It looks like almost done my longest stream ever. The longest I've gone before is 6 hours. I think this will be going a little longer than 6 hours. And the last time I did with a 6 hour stream, it was also a photo editing stream. So yeah, as you can tell, taking photo editing does take a while. And oh, this one looks like it's a bear. And oh, we don't want that. We want that. Hold on, let's just see if we can little more in line. Yep, there we go. Then right, so yeah, this looks like it's a bear. So we'll do daylight there, and just exposure just a bit, and we'll decrease the highlights a bit, midtones, shadows, turn down the blacks a bit. We'll do a little bit of contrast, a little bit of micro contrast. Yeah, yeah, definitely this will be my longest stream ever. We'll increase the vibrancy and the saturation, and we'll send it into Color Effects Pro. Yeah, definitely this will be my longest stream ever, because yeah, the longest I've gone is 6 hours, and we're almost done. So yeah, I'll just finish the last two on stream here, and once the last photo is done, then I'll look for somebody to raid. Yeah, this will definitely go. Well, I don't know how much longer than 6 hours. Definitely it's definitely gonna go longer than 6 hours. Alright. So we'll do a control point here and see what I can do. Okay, so there we go, we got it right where I want it. We'll extract all the details we can from this thing. Do extra contrast here. Do a little extra saturation here. And we'll add the filter. We'll do a sunlight filter. Okay, we'll do that. We'll turn on the brightness a little bit. A little extra contrast there. Don't want to completely desaturate, so do that, and yeah, that should be good. Okay. And yeah, wait for it to save. Right, so let's let it save here. Right. And we'll let it save here. Okay, and yeah, we'll have two more pictures to go, and as I said, after we're done these last two pictures, then we'll look for somebody to raid. It's almost done. Alright, so, and when was this one? This was a, uh, this might be another deer. Um, so what we'll do is we'll more there. And yeah, it might be a little crooked here, so let's run the horizon. Okay, yeah, oh, that was a little too much adjustment for the horizon there. Oh, and you can see there's a little bit of glow that's coming from it. It's was a little bit crooked, not that crooked, this picture. So, okay, that's, okay, so right about there. Right? Yeah, and you can see a little bit of the glow. You see the blue light coming from it. And as I was taking these pictures of all these displays, including this last one here, uh, the country band was still playing. So, um, so it was nice music to listen to while I was taking the rest of these photos here. So we'll just increase the exposure, turn down the highlights. Okay, we'll increase the midtones here. Increase the shadows here, and I think we can increase the blacks here, right? Then some a little extra contrast and some extra vibrancy and saturation. Okay, we'll send that into Color Effects Pro. All right, so Okay, so we'll just wait for this image to load up, and so you see these control points that you use in the Nick collection be very useful, and can help you really just target where you want your thing to go. Oh wow! Okay, so right, so just that, and I think that's good. And then add the sunlight filter here. That could also be a rabbit. I don't know. I mean, we'll do that, and then we'll do that with the light temperature. It down a little bit. Okay. That with the contrast there. Then that with the saturation there, and then save it, and then one more image to go. Alright, so one more image to go, and I think this is the latest also that I've streamed in terms of daytime stream. Yeah, it's not only the longest stream that I've done ever, this is the latest I've gone with streaming. Yeah, at least when it comes down to a daytime stream. Like I've done, if you remember, before I'd gotten injured. No, not after, but before I got injured, whenever I had done afternoon streams, during 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon here, and sometimes I'll go until 5:30, 5:45. But in terms of a daytime stream, no, I haven't gone to 5:30, 5:45 before. So yeah, this is also a first for a daytime stream. So not just my longest stream, but it's my at least I've finished a daytime stream. Right, so we'll right, so we'll let that okay, so that's now saved, and now we have one more photo here, and see how it is. It doesn't. Not sure if there's any detail we can really extract out of this one. So, yeah, definitely no detail we can really extract out of this one. So, and nothing not much we can do there. So, well, let me just get rid of that more here. And that's pretty straight, so we don't have to do any horizon adjustment. And I guess we'll just do daylight here. We will turn on the highlights, the midtones, the shadows. Let me see what happens when we increase the blacks. Okay, we'll do that with the blacks. This exposure just a tad, and do some contrast here with this, and some vibrancy, saturation. Yeah, there's no real detail we can get out of this one. And this, as you can see, is on the side there. It's on, like, it was just off to the side of, to the exit of Olympic Plaza as you're heading to Calgary City Hall. So, and as you saw, I exported this, so yeah, that's all the photos that we have to do. So while this is exporting, let me just find somebody to raid. You know what? Let's see here. Oof. Oh, there's a few people we could raid, actually. I think we'll raid is my friend Mocheda. It's been a while since I raided him. He's a really great guy, a really great streamer, very fun streamer. Right now he's playing Apex, so Yeah, that's gonna be a change of pace from a photo editing stream, isn't it? So let me just set up the raid and then uh, I'll wrap it up before we do that. Just spell. Make sure I spell his username right, so we're rating the right person. Okay, so right then now that that is done. Oh, hey, Brittany, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, you just missed it. I just finished the last photo. Yeah, I just finished the last photo, so yeah, I'm just getting ready to raid out. But yeah, you basically caught the end. I'm literally like I literally just finished the last photo. But yeah, everything went well. Yeah, yeah, this is. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the latest I've done a daytime stream. I haven't got to close to 6 o'clock in a ever actually in a daytime stream. Oh, okay. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I just like literally the last photo's finished. Yeah, because hold on. Let me just go in there. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So you see, yeah. Here's all the photos, all edited now. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just getting ready to raid somebody here. Oh, thank you, Brittany. I really appreciate that. So all right. All right, so thank you everybody for coming in today for this very special stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you for chatting with me. Oh, thank you, Brittany. I really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching. Hopefully, for all of you who are new to these photo editing streams, you're able to learn something. So thank you to UB Poker, Faceless PT, Tom Stroud, Wraithwall, and Jaxie for the follows. Oh, thank you for the bits, Brittany. I really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. All right, and yeah, so and also thank you, Brittany, for the bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you to, let me just make sure I got this for Justic, Playful Light, and Kevin for the hosts. I really appreciate that. So my next stream is going to be on Sunday. It's going to be a daytime stream now. As I mentioned at the beginning of stream, I'm not playing Stardew this week. Instead, what I'll be playing is, as you know, Friday during the daytime, I've been playing Paper Mario for the Nintendo 64. That's going to happen on Sunday instead, and the start time will be between 11:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. Mountain Time. So, and yeah, there won't be any Stardew until next Saturday. Guess you're wondering why there's no stream tomorrow night. It's because my brother's going to be coming over, so yeah, I'll be spending time with him. So yeah, hopefully I'll be able to see you on Sunday. So let me now make this raid official. Right, yeah, it looks like we have everybody in here. Okay, so now that we're on the timer, let me just quickly wrap this up before we do the raid. Thank you again, everybody, for coming in today and watching this very special stream. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you to UB Poker, Faceless PT, Tom Stroud, Wraithwall, Jaxie for the follows. Thank you, Brittany, for the bits. Thank you to Majestic, Playful Light, and Kevin for the hosts. I mentioned, my next stream is going to be on Sunday. It'll be a daytime stream. Start time between 11:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. Mountain Time. The game I'll be playing is Paper Mario for the Nintendo 64. It'll be the basically what I would play today, but because of this stream, that moves Sunday. So hopefully I'll be able to see you all there. So let's say hi to Mocheda.